of the program. And this is a distance learning program. We are here because of the COVID-19 outbreak, the pandemic, which suspended or made the second term to be suspended prematurely. And the COVID-19 disease it's one which a lot of people are battling out there. If you're suffering right now with this disease, our hearts go to you, and we pray that you make it. Our hearts also go out to all of the healthcare workers who are out there on the front lines, who are battling this disease. We say, well done to you all, and our hearts are with you. Welcome to #Focus on Exams. This is part 2 of the program, and we have 6 subjects lined up for you. We have O-level subjects and advanced level subjects. So I'm just going to read out the subjects we have for you. We have religious studies, we have French, we have economics, we have history, we have geography, and we have philosophy. So we are going to begin the program this afternoon with religious studies, O-level, ordinary level religious studies. And I have the pleasure to welcome to this set, or to this classroom, Mr. Mbang Michael. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Notwithstanding.
Notwithstanding what?
Yeah,
the present circumstances.
Circumstances, exactly.
Okay, God is in control.
Of course,
You are here for religious studies. And I love your outfit. Since morning, we've been having people come in here with traditional outfits. We had togo, we had ndop fabric. This is the second ndop fabric we have this morning. Today, what is going on?
It's a kind of enculturation, I may say so.
I love that.
Yes.
So we are going to start with religious studies, and the topic is?
We're continuing with the miracles of Jesus Christ and examples of healing miracles.
Okay.
We wish, by His grace, we're going to complete it, and then we'll step into nature miracles.
And the Bible tells us that healing, Jesus is still in the business of healing. So we pray for healing for those who have COVID-19,
Especially
right?
at this time.
Okay, so I'll let you proceed.
Thank you very much. Our help is in the name of the Lord who made heaven and earth. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Good afternoon, my dear students. You are all welcome to our 3rd lesson. And we are going to continue with the miracles of Jesus Christ, especially with the healing miracles. The healing miracles of Jesus Christ are about 9 of them, but we have selected 8 we are going to treat. And then if we can move on now to the nature miracles, I will advise all of you students, please get out your Bibles, the Good News Bible, put it in front of you, open to the Gospel of Luke. We shall be going through those episodes together with your pens and notebooks to jot down the important points. Thursday. Date 04 2020. From our last class, we ended with the miracle of the healing of the Roman officers servant. That's where we ended. We'll begin today by asking a few questions from there, and we'll see whether we understood the class of last week. Isaac, please. The first question is to you. What is another name for the Roman officer? Yes, please. Good. Centurion. Centurion. The next question goes to Aita. Aita, please. When the Roman officer heard about Jesus Christ, whom did he send to go and tell Jesus to come and heal the servant? Yes, please. Excellent. Some Jewish elders. The next question is a quotation, please. It's a quotation. Pay attention. John, you answer that question. This man really deserves our help. He loves our people, and he himself constructed a synagogue. Who made this statement and to whom? Yes, please. Excellent. Were some Jewish leaders, they had to make that statement to Jesus Christ because they were pleading that Jesus Christ should do something for their master. Next question, Asako. Did Jesus Christ actually reach the house of the Roman officer? Why? Good. On the way, due to the fate of the Roman officer, he could not arrive at the house as promised, but the miracle was performed from a distance. The next question. Sofa, it's your question, please. What was the reaction of Jesus Christ in the statement mentioned above? Jesus Christ was... The reaction of Jesus mentioned above. Yes, Sofa, go ahead. Good. Jesus Christ was marveled about the faith of the Roman officer. He was marveled. And that's why the miracle had to take place. Anita, next question. Jesus Christ was surprised. Excuse me. How did Jesus Christ perform this miracle? Yes, Anita, we had already mentioned it. Don't waste our time. Voila. Jesus Christ performed this miracle from a distance. The next question. You state one lesson. That is, John, please, you answer that question. State one lesson that you have learned from this story. Yes, John? We should have faith. That's good. Peter, your own example. The faith of the Roman officer. That's good. And the last, love and concern for his servant. Now we move on to the next healing miracle. The cure of the woman with hemorrhage. The cure of the woman with hemorrhage. Why Jesus was moving on proclaiming the good news, many people were following him. And as they were following him, among those people, there was a woman who had been suffering from hemorrhage for 12 years. She's suffering from 12 years. So she decided to move on and behind Jesus, touch the fringe of the cloak of Jesus Christ. When Jesus Christ noticed it, Jesus said, "Who has touched me?" When Jesus turned to the crowd that was following, everybody denied, said, "No, nobody has touched you." But Peter was the one who spoke up. I said, "Master, you see this crowd pulling on and you ask, who has touched me?" When the woman realized that Jesus Christ was aware that she had touched Jesus Christ, she came up trembling because Jesus Christ had felt power come out of him. The woman came up, lay in front of Jesus Christ, and made her testimony. Jesus Christ replied, "My daughter, your faith has made you well." That is the story in brief, my dear students. I hope you were listening attentively. We are going to answer the following questions from that episode. Realize that there are syllables for ordinary level. This time around, we are being asked structural questions from the respective episodes. Innocent, the first question from the episode. In this story, who touched the cloak of Jesus Christ? Yes, Innocent, Alice. Good. The woman who had been suffering from severe bleeding. Next question. Agatha. Why did she touch Jesus Christ? Why did she touch Jesus Christ? Yes, her courage and her faith made her touched Jesus Christ. The next question, Lazarus. What happened when she touched Jesus Christ? Yes? Good. Immediately she touched Jesus Christ, the bleeding stopped immediately. It stopped. Instantaneously. All of us seated here, we need to touch Jesus Christ in one way or the other in order to have a healing. The next question, Jonathan. How did Jesus know that someone had touched him? Yes, please. Excellent. When he felt that power had come out of him. Next question, Chambu. When the woman realized that Jesus was aware of touching him, she came trembling and panicking. What was the reaction of Jesus Christ? Excellent. Jesus Christ was very sober. He was simple. And he was loving and caring with the following words. My daughter, your faith has made you well. Next question. Asako. State 2 lessons you have learned from this story. The story of the woman with hemorrhage. Yes, just one. Good. The courage of the woman. Fadel. A lesson from the story. Good. The faith of the woman. Another example. A lesson. The eagerness to touch Jesus. So all of us, we are eager to touch Jesus in one way or the other. We move on to the next episode, healing miracle. Jesus heals a sick man. Jesus heals a sick man. The scriptural reference is there. Confer Luke chapter 14, verse 1 to verse 6. Behold, another Sabbath day is coming up. Sabbath healing. From this miracle, Jesus Christ is going to have a look ahead. He's going to have a problem with the religious leaders because it was on the Sabbath. While in the church, there was somebody who had a dreaded skin disease. And in the course of the dreaded skin disease, the Pharisees and the teachers of the law were looking at Jesus closely to see what he was going to do with this man. Jesus Christ had to ask them, what are we supposed to do on the Sabbath according to our law? The religious leaders, they have nothing to say. They had nothing to offer. Jesus called up the man and healed the person with the dreaded skin disease. Jesus went on again to ask them a second question. What will happen to you people if on a Sabbath day your ox or your son or whatever falls into a well? Will you not take your son or your ox outside? They were unable to answer any question. From that short episode, my dear students, let us answer the following question and see whether we understood that episode. Question number 1. Agatha. What was Jesus going to do in the home of the Pharisee? Yes, Jesus Christ was going to share a meal, to commune. That's an act of solidarity, integration. You can name the rest. Yes. Next question, Chamba. Why were the people around watching at Jesus closely? Why were they watching him closely? That is good. It was a Sabbath day, and they were watching Jesus closely to see whether he was going to perform a miracle on the Sabbath day, which was against the law of the Jewish people. Next question. 14. What is the name given to the illness of those who have swollen legs and arms? Yes, please. Excellent. Dropsy or edema. That is the disease. Some of us, we are suffering from that. Next question. Michael. The Jewish religious leaders in the episode were asked 2 questions. Did they answer any of them? Yes, Michael? No. That's good. Why? They had nothing to offer. They were afraid that if they answered that question, they will be caught in the web of Jesus. Gerard, next question. State 2 lessons learned from this episode. Yes, please. One only. Good. God cares for those who are in need. There are many people in our society today who are in need, so we need to take care of them, especially this time. Yes, Susan. Next lesson. Good. Meeting the needs of mankind is more important than observing the Sabbath. That's why Jesus Christ says the Sabbath is meant for man and not man for the Sabbath. Thank you very much. It shows that you understood the episode. So we move ahead. Jesus heals 10 men. 10 men. We call that 10 men to the 10 lepers. Jesus was moving on at the entrance of a town. And as he was moving on at the entrance of a town, he made 10 men who had some kind of dreaded skin disease too. Leprosy, lepers. When he met them, they stood from a distance and shouted, Jesus, Master, save us. Jesus, Master, save us. Have mercy on us. Jesus, getting from them, had some sympathy and mercy, decided to send them to the priest to examine them. Sending them to the priest for examination was the Jewish culture, the Leviticus. The Levitic culture, that somebody who was unclean was supposed to be declared by a Levitic, a priest. And when that person was clean again, it was supposed to be declared by a priest. On their way, the 10 of them, they got well. When they got well, excitement and all whatnot. But one came back to praise God and thank God. That one was called a Samaritan. He came back and rendered praise and thanks to God. God asked, were there not 10 people healed? Where are the other 9? And Jesus Christ, in this particular miracle again, had to use a similar phrase we have seen in the other miracles. My son, well done. Your faith has served you well. And when he went, now he had to praise God. In brief, that is the story of Jesus healing the 10 lepers. We move on now to an activity to get to see whether we actually followed up the story. Question number 1. Peter, where was Jesus going to before he met the 10 lepers? Yes? Good. Jesus was going to Jerusalem. Jerusalem was known as the city, the capital city. You can call it Zion, or you call it Mount Zion. Celestine, next question. Where did Jesus meet the 10 lepers? Yes, please. When he was going into the village, that's good. At the entrance. Next question. Why did the people, why did they stand at a distance? Yes. Good. They stood at a distance because they were conscious that they were unclean. According to the Jewish culture, once I discovered that I was clean, I stood from a distance and I had to ring the bell. Unclean, unclean, unclean. But it's not the same situation with the pandemic that is plaguing us this time around. Question number 4. Joseph. When they met Jesus, what did they say? When they met Jesus, what did they say? Good. Jesus, Master, take pity on us. Jesus, Master, take pity on us. That's just like a community prayer. And if you want to make it personal, I will say, Jesus, Master, take pity on me. Wenceslas, next question. What did Jesus do to them? Yes, please. Good. Jesus sent them to the priest for examination. Next question. La. Yes, please, La. It's your question. On the way to the priest, what happened? On the way to the priest, what happened? Good. All of them were well. They were healed. They were healed. Sunday. Next question. What happened when all of them were healed? What happened when all of them were healed? Excellent. Only one of them came back to praise and thank God. Who was that? The Samaritan. That's it. The Samaritan. Next question. PSC, please. Next question. State one lesson and one significance from the story about the 10 lepers, the healing of the 10 lepers. Yes, PSC? Good. We all need Jesus in order to seek our salvation. All of us will need Jesus for salvation. And one significant. The figure 10, it means totality. And we go on to say that 10, we call it the Decapolis. Decapolis, the 10 regions that were found in the Jewish community. Now we move on to the next healing miracle. Jesus heals a blind beggar. All of us at this time, we need a lot of healing. That's why the healing miracles are more than the other miracles. Jesus heals a blind beggar. Jesus was coming nearer Jericho. There was a blind beggar sitting there. As we have beggars in our community today, like at Post Central, was begging. And many of us here will obviously know what that blind man was begging. You will tell me so many things. The first thing you will tell me, yes, please, can you tell me what? Money. Yes, Agatha, what again? Money too? All of you are saying money, money, money. It is true, but it's more than money. There are other things, like just the smile, the greetings, and all that. Some of those things, they are more than money. When the blind beggar heard that Jesus was passing by, he had to find out what was happening. And then when he realized that Jesus was passing, he shouted out, "Jesus, Son of David, take pity on me. Jesus, Son of David, take pity on me." The crowd that was there tried to even scold at him down, said, "Be quiet." But he shouted more the louder. Shouted louder again, "Jesus, Son of David, have pity on me." When Jesus realized it, he said the blind man should be brought to him. And when the blind man was brought to Jesus, Jesus asked him, "What can I do for you?" The blind man, of course, said, "I would like to see again. I would like to see again." Jesus Christ said, "Okay, you want to see? See." Then, finally, Jesus concluded by saying, "Your faith has made you well." This is the third miracle of healing in which Jesus Christ is repeating this phrase, "Your faith has made you well." Now, in order to taste and knowledge whether we understood the episode, let us move on to this activity. Activity number 4. I will answer the following questions. Aita, the first question to you. Jesus was coming nearer dash, and there was a blind man. Which come? Jericho. That is good. Jesus was coming nearer Jericho. The next question. Peter, what was the blind man doing? Yes, please, faster. Of course, he was begging. He was begging. He was begging. Question number 3. George, you answer that question, please. As he was sitting there, he was very attentive as people were passing by. When he tried to find out what was happening, they told him that something. What was that? What did they tell him? Good, that Jesus of Nazareth, Jesus the Nazarene was passing by. Cletus, next question. What was his reaction? What was his reaction? Of the blind man, what was his reaction? Good. He cried out for help, that Jesus should help him. He cried out for help, that Jesus should help him. Yes, please. Next question. Mary. What was the reaction of the people standing in front of him? Yes, please. They scolded at him. They scolded at him. Said, no, stay quiet. Stay quiet. Don't say anything. Next question. Please. Next question. Now, what happened? Did the blind man remain quiet? No, he shouted even more loudly, Son of David, take pity on me. Next question. Agatha. When Jesus asked him to be brought to him, what question did he ask him? Yes, please. Good. What do you want me to do for you? What do you want me to do for you? Next question. Ayafo. Ayafo, yes, is your question? What was the blind beggar's response? Excellent. Sir, I want to see again. Last question there. Saleh, is your question? State one lesson and one significance from the episode, from the story that we have just learned. Good, the courage of the blind man. The courage of the blind man. Despite all the measures that were taken to hush him down, he shouted. One significance, yes. Eddie, one significance, please. Good. All of us are spiritually blind. It doesn't mean that the blind beggar was only physically blind. All of us are spiritually blind. Thank you very much. It showed that you understood those episodes, the healing miracles of Jesus Christ. We now come to our end, the end of healing miracles in the Gospel of Luke. Now there's some nota bene. You realize that there are three episodes that Jesus uses the following phrase. Your faith has made you well. We can get that from the woman suffering from severe bleeding, the Samaritan leper, and the blind beggar. Now we take a step forward. We are done with the miracles of healing. We now take a step forward, the miracles of nature. The miracles of nature. And under these miracles of nature, we realize that we're going to see Jesus Christ is our creator, and we are creatures. Therefore, he has got power over us. And we're going to examine three miracles of nature. Three. The first one is the miraculous catch of fish. The miraculous catch of fish. Then the second one is the calming of the storm. The calming of the storm. And then finally, the third one is the feeding of the 5,000. Feeding of the 5,000. We'll begin with the first one. The miraculous catch. This miracle begins at a time when Jesus Christ had to call his first disciples. Disciples, synonymous to apostles. There are some similarities, but there are some differences. And in the course of this, he had to ask one of the apostles or disciples, pushing deep into the sea for a catch. We call that in Latin, duc in altum. And there are some schools that have used that duc in altum as their motto. Duc in altum. Now, Peter, who was a seasoned fisherman, he said that walked all night long, but they caught nothing. But he said, if you are the one who says so, I will cast my nets into the sea alongside with my companions. Peter did so, and they caught a lot of fish, until their nets were at breaking point. At breaking point, they had to signal their companions to come and give them a helping hand. When Peter realized all that he had seen, he fell in front of Jesus and said, "Go away from me, for I am a sinner." From this brief summary of this episode, we are going to answer the following questions. Question number 1 at you. On which lake was Jesus before entering the boat of Simon? Which lake? Gennesaret. That's good. Gennesaret is also known as the paradise of Galilee. There was a lot of fish there. Next question. Emmanuel. What was the occupation of Simon and his companions? Occupation. Yes, please. Fishermen. That's good. We move on to the next question. And it's a quotation. We work hard all night long and caught nothing. But if you say so, I will let down the nets. Yes? Who made that statement? And to whom? Yes, please. Simon Peter to Jesus. That's good. That's good. Next question. Next question. Jonathan. Who were the partners of Simon? Who were the partners of Simon? Simon? They were met by other people. Who were they? Good. 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 James and John. James and John, they were sons of Zebedee. Zebedee. They were the sons of Zebedee. Next question. Mercy. List 2 lessons learned from the story, the miraculous catch. Yes? Just one. With God, everything is possible. That is good. With God, everything is possible. To show that God is omnipotent. The next lesson. Next lesson. Yes? The Simon's obedient. Because Simon, if Simon did not obey, he could have not let down the net. We move on to the next miracle of nature. Jesus calms the storm. We are now in dangerous waters. The waves are high. Jesus was sailing with his disciples, and on the way, he fell asleep. And while he fell asleep, the apostles or the disciples, they were in deep sea, they were in danger. They had to go to Jesus to wake him up. I said, Master, we're about to die. Master, we're about to die. Jesus Christ got up, he rebuked the wind and the storm, and later on told them, where is your faith? Where is your faith? Jesus Christ, this afternoon, is asking all of us. From that brief summary of that story, the calming of the storm, we answer the following questions to see whether the episode went on well. Question number 1, Mercy. What happened with Jesus when he was sailing with his apostles or disciples? Good. He fell asleep. Next question. Fuka, Lawrence. Next question. When the disciples found that they were in danger, what did they do? Yes, please. Good. They went to Jesus and woke him up saying, Master, we're about to die. Next question. Barry. When Jesus woke up, what did he do? Yes, Barry? What did he do? He decided to rebuke the wind. Then the last question. Last question, yeah? Name one lesson that you have learned. Yes, Emmanuel. One lesson. Good. The apostles or the disciples, they had no faith, lack of faith. The last miracle of nature, which is the feeding of the 5,000, Jesus fed 5,000 people with 5 loaves and 2 fish. Jesus, in the course of proclaiming the gospel, places were dark, and he went on. The apostles went to him and said, should send these people back into the village so that they could get some food. Jesus Christ told them, you yourself give them something to eat. You yourself give them something to eat. But they told him, we have only 5 loaves here and 2 fish. Jesus asked them to be brought. When they brought this, Jesus blessed them, thanked God, multiplied them, gave it to the apostles. And the apostles, the people who were there, they all ate and were satisfied. My dear students, because of time factor, we shall continue in the next class. But before we go, there is an assignment. Let go the last nature miracle, and then you read from your Good News Bible the miracles of exorcism, where we will take off for our next lesson. Thank you very much. God should help you. God bless Cameroon. God bless our work.
Amen, amen. And we have seen in the religious study class for O-level, miracles of healing and miracles of nature. And we say a big thank you to Mr. Mbang Michael for this lesson. Before you go, don't go. We have a question or two questions for you. Please, what are the different types of parables? And can you briefly explain what a parable is?
It's a good question to that person, that it shows that the person is reading ahead. Now, parables. Definition: para and bole, which means you put two things and you compare them. Comparison. These questions came up last time. We said we were going to treat it, but I just have to answer it. Now, we have parables of prayer. That's an example of parables. Parables of prayer. An example is the Pharisee and the publican at prayer.
Yes.
The Pharisee and the publican at prayer. Then another example, the parable of lost. Parable of lost. An example that we can quickly illustrate is the prodigal son. Where is the prodigal son? Call him to come without delay. That's an example.
Okay, the parable of the sower. There are so many parables.
Those are examples of the parable of the kingdom.
Okay. Yeah. So he also asked you to explain what a parable is, briefly.
I started by the etymology of the word. Para and balo, those are Greek words.
Okay.
They put besides for comparison.
Okay.
Parables are just like similes. And succinctly, they are earthly stories that have got a heavenly meaning.
An earthly story with a heavenly meaning. Please, what was the name of the blind beggar?
The blind beggar, the name is not given to us. It's a situation there, a situation from the text, which the name is not given. But it doesn't mean that maybe the name should not be there. All of us are blind in one way or the other.
Wasn't it blind Bartimaeus?
No. If you talk about Bartimaeus, we are now leaving the case study in place and moving on to another gospel. Okay. Bartimaeus is in another gospel. Okay,
we have another question. Okay, while I rapidly look for the question, what are the differences, or what is the difference between a disciple and an apostle?
Good question. I was expecting that. Now, disciple, from the Latin word discipulis, which means student or people. That when you are a student and you are a people, you have to listen to your master. You listen to your master.
Yes.
And then another difference is disciples were men and women.
Okay.
Disciples were men and women, whereas the apostles were only men. They were only men.
So what's an apostle?
Apostle, from the Greek word apostolos, which means somebody who is sent out on special mission.
Assignment. Oh.
Called and sent out on special mission.
Okay.
We had from here, the estimate number is 72 disciples. That's an exaggeration. Apostles, there were 12. Jesus had to select 12 apostles from the group of disciples.
So we often confuse between disciple. When we talk about the 12 disciples, we actually mean the 12 apostles.
The translation of the version of the Bible.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Mbang Michael.
Welcome.
Every time you come here, I learn something new. You think you know the Bible, but each time Mr. Mbang is here, I learn something new. Thank you.
The Bible is a forest, and to go through it, it's not easy.
And we learn every day. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You are watching #Focus on Exams. Our second lesson for the day is about to begin, and it is going to be French, advanced level French. But before Madame Selina Elogo comes to our classroom, let's take a short break.
Avoiding contact with other people prevents each and every one of the COVID-19 pandemic.
We should not concern ourselves with the duration of treatment because that will vary with the general health of the patient. You've been told that those who have other diseases which might have brought down their immunity are more susceptible to having this COVID-19 disease. What I would like to dwell on is how we can avoid it. That's more important, and that covers a larger population than how long it will take to treat. This thing has been there since the days when it was announced in China. We have seen how others have managed it successfully. So what do we have to do? All we have to do is copy and modify. The Chinese have taught us one important thing, that the enemy to this virus is social spacing, that we should stay away from each other as often as possible.
Respecting social distancing keeps each and every one safe of the virus.
The message about this virus is very, very important. That's why you see we bring it to you at every interval. We talk about this disease because it is a reality amongst us. So let us stay safe, let us be alert, and let us protect ourselves by social distancing, by washing our hands, and all the measures which you know, which are out there. We're about to begin the French lesson, and it is A-level French, and we have the pleasure to call to our classroom Madame Selina Elogo. Bonjour, madame.
Bonjour, madame.
Comment allez-vous?
Très bien, et vous?
I'm doing very well, thank you. So the class, or the lesson is what? What are we talking about today?
Le participe passé. You can remember last time a student asked a question about participe passé.
Yes.
Where we were concerned with participe présent at that time. So today, on va voir le participe passé.
Why did you switch to French? I love it when you speak English.
Madam, you are in a French class. I mean, in a French class.
Well, we're just interacting before the class, right? Yes, so we won participe passé last week.
Participe présent.
Participe présent,
Then
sorry.
today is participe passé.
Okay, great. So I'll let you continue the lesson.
Thank you, madame. Bien, bonjour la classe. Je pense que tout le monde va bien. Enfin, apparemment, vous allez bien. On dit merci à Dieu. Donc, la leçon d'aujourd'hui va porter sur le participe passé. Mais avant, nous écrivons la date comme d'habitude. Le participe passé, mais qu'est-ce qu'on va voir? L'accord du participe passé. L'accord du participe passé. Nous allons commencer par faire un exercice. Et c'est cet exercice qui va nous permettre d'observer ce qu'on va retenir, comme d'habitude. La première chose qu'on va faire, c'est d'abord de lire l'exercice. Naturellement, c'est une question de révision parce que chacun parmi vous ici sait ce qu'on appelle le participe passé quand on l'emploie. Et aujourd'hui, on va s'appesantir sur l'accord. Quand est-ce qu'on fait l'accord? Quand est-ce qu'on ne fait pas d'accord? Alors, voilà ce que dit l'énoncé. Complétez les participes passés des verbes entre parenthèses. Première phrase. La région que j'ai visite l'an dernier est très belle. Et c'est le verbe visiter que nous avons. Donc, on va compléter pour former son participe passé correctement. Phrase numéro 2. Ils ont beaucoup souffrent, qui vient de souffrir, de la chaleur. Numéro 3, mes lunettes, c'est toi qui les as, enlève, verbe enlever. Quatrième phrase, les embouteillages rendent la circulation difficile. Le verbe, c'est rendre. Phrase 5, Les deux copines, ce sont Rêve, qui vient de revoir, hier, et elles se sont parlé longtemps. Phrase 6, la porte extérieure, fait, qui vient de faire, de planches verne, du verbe vernir, est très jolie. Phrase 7, nous sommes allés, le verbe aller, la coiffer, mais elle s'était coupe, le verbe couper, les cheveux. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On va écrire une ou deux lettres juste pour compléter le participe passé. Pendant que nous lisions, je sais que la réflexion est allée vite dans vos esprits et on va donc procéder à la correction de l'exercice pour voir ce que nous écrivons pour chaque participe et chaque verbe. Dans la première phrase, le verbe c'était visiter. Alors on nous a écrit visite. Qu'est-ce que nous faisons pour compléter? Oui, mademoiselle. Visiter. Qu'est-ce qu'on écrit? Oui. Mademoiselle dit qu'on écrit ceci. La classe est juste? C'est juste, Juliette? Non. On fait quoi? On ajoute, on est tous d'accord? On ajoute E? Bien, on ajoute E. Voilà ce qu'il fallait faire. On va revenir dessus pour dire pourquoi. Quelqu'un nous dira. Deuxième phrase. Ils ont beaucoup souffert. Et le verbe, c'est souffrir. Qu'est-ce qu'on va dire? Beaucoup? Beaucoup? Souffert. Qui nous dit ce qu'on écrit? Oui? Souffert. Bien, on ajoute T. Phrase suivante. Mes lunettes, virgule, c'est toi qui les as. Enlève. Qu'est-ce qu'on va écrire? Enlever. Terminaison? Oui. Bien. Enlever. Phrase 4. Les embouteillages ont rendu la circulation difficile. Rendu, c'était très facile. Bien. On ajoute U. Numéro 5. Les deux copines se sont revues. Oui, mais comment on termine revue? On écrit U et quoi? Bien. U, E, S. Les deux copines se sont revues hier et elles se sont parlé longtemps. Parler. Oui, jeune homme. Comment on écrit? E accent aigu. Bien. Phrase 6. La porte extérieure. Je n'entends rien. Fait. Ok, on écrit comme ceci. On n'a rien à ajouter, c'est vrai? Non, on ajoute quoi? Oui, à haute voix, jeune fille. Faites, ça veut dire la terminaison, c'est E. Bien. C'est la porte. Faites deux planches vers, jeune homme, deux planches vers ni. Qu'est-ce que la terminaison? Oui, vernis. ES. Phrase 7. On l'écrira de ce côté. Dernière phrase donc. Nous sommes allés la coiffer. Aller. Comment on va écrire? La même chose, c'est-à-dire. On écrit l'infinitif du verbe. On est dans le participe passé, jeunes gens. Oui, mademoiselle? Bien. Voilà ce qu'on va écrire. Aller. Mais Elle s'était coupé les cheveux. Comment couper va se terminer? Comment couper va se terminer? Et accent aigu. On verra, on écrit et on va vérifier. La classe, elle s'était coupé les cheveux. Nous sommes d'accord avec cette orthographe? Ok, pourquoi? Pourquoi tu n'es pas d'accord? Ah, parce que c'est elle qui s'est coupé les cheveux. Bien, quelqu'un pense qu'on a ajouté E muet à couper? Non, ils ont raison, mademoiselle, on n'ajoute pas E muet. Voilà ce qu'on devait écrire. Donc, voici la correction de notre exercice. La correction de notre exercice. La région que j'ai visitée, E accent aigu E, ils ont souffert. Comme ceci, mes lunettes, tu les as enlevées, E accent aigu ES, rendu U. Les copines se sont revues. La terminaison, c'est E muet S. Parler, E accent aigu. Faites, E, vernis, ES, et aller, S, coupé, E accent aigu. Donc, nous voyons clairement ce qui s'est passé dans ces différentes phrases. Et c'est ce qu'on va retenir. Que retient-on aujourd'hui? Comment fait-on pour accorder notre participe passé? Comment on fait pour accorder notre participe passé? Quand est-ce qu'on l'accorde et quand est-ce qu'on ne l'accorde pas? C'est la leçon d'aujourd'hui. Je vous propose de considérer justement cette phrase, la dernière. Nous sommes allés la coiffer. On s'arrête sur le participe passé aller. Avec quel auxiliaire est-ce qu'il est employé dans cette phrase? Quel auxiliaire? L'auxiliaire être. On a dit nous sommes. Nous avons vu auxiliaire être et le participe passé c'est accordé. Donc qu'est-ce qu'on va retenir? Bien, on retient que lorsque le participe passé s'emploie avec l'auxiliaire être, nous retenons que lorsque le participe passé est employé avec l'auxiliaire être, nous avons vu que lorsque le participe passé est employé avec l'auxiliaire être, il s'accorde. Avec quoi? Avec son sujet. Le participe passé employé avec l'auxiliaire être s'accorde en genre et en nombre avec le sujet du verbe. Exemple, Paul est venu. Paul est masculin singulier, donc le participe passé ne s'accorde pas parce qu'il n'y a pas la marque du masculin. Ils sont partis. Troisième personne du pluriel, masculin. Donc, on a la marque du masculin, on va dire sans marque, et la marque du pluriel qui est S. Nous retournons sur notre exercice. Considérons les phrases 2 et 4. Ils ont beaucoup souffert de la chaleur. Les embouteillages ont rendu la circulation difficile. Quel est l'auxiliaire que nous avons dans les deux phrases? Oui, l'auxiliaire avoir. Et ça va nous amener donc à l'accord lorsque nous avons l'auxiliaire avoir. Donc, avec l'auxiliaire avoir, on revient sur nos phrases et on observe qu'on a eu l'auxiliaire avoir, oui. Donc, phrase 2, auxiliaire avoir. Le participe passé n'a pas changé de forme. On va dans la phrase 4, le participe passé n'a pas changé de forme. Le sujet dans la phrase 4 est pluriel, masculin, pluriel. Et le participe passé n'a pas changé. Le sujet dans la phrase 2 est masculin, pluriel. Et le participe passé n'a pris aucune marque de pluriel. Qu'est-ce qu'on retient? Qu'est-ce qu'on retient? Oui, de ce côté, qu'est-ce qu'on retient? Bien, on voit clairement que lorsqu'on a l'auxiliaire avoir, le participe passé ne s'accorde pas. Avec l'auxiliaire être, il s'est accordé avec le sujet. Avec l'auxiliaire avoir, il n'a rien à voir avec le sujet, il ne change pas de forme. On dira donc qu'il ne s'accorde pas. On retient donc le participe passé employé avec l'auxiliaire avoir ne s'accorde pas. Exemple, l'orchestre a chanté. Voici le sujet. Participe passé, chanter. Nous avons chanté. Sujet pluriel, participe passé, invariable. Voilà. Nous passons aux phrases. À la première phrase, on va considérer la première phrase. Bien. La région que j'ai visitée l'an dernier est très belle. Et nous passons... Ok, on peut... Oui. Et la phrase 3. Mes lunettes, c'est toi qui les as enlevées. Quel est l'auxiliaire que nous avons dans ces deux phrases? Quel auxiliaire? Oui, jeune homme? Oui, ah oui, quel auxiliaire? Bien, auxiliaire avoir. Nous avons l'auxiliaire avoir. Et on considère nos deux participes passés. Que s'est-il passé quand on observe les participes passés? Oui, mademoiselle, oui. Qu'est-ce que tu as observé? Oui, elle nous dit qu'elle observe que ce participe passé a l'air accordé. Il a l'air accordé. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire d'ailleurs? Quand tu parles, ça a l'air accordé. Bien, elle dit qu'elle voit une marque de féminin quelque part. Et nous voyons cette marque de féminin. Auxiliaire avoir, et nous voyons un accord. Comment ça va s'expliquer? On vient de voir qu'avec l'auxiliaire avoir, il n'y avait pas d'accord. Maintenant, nous voyons un accord. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé ici? Jeunes gens, c'est de la révision. Qui peut nous dire rapidement? On a l'auxiliaire avoir et on a vu un accord. Oui? À haute voix, à haute voix. Bien, bien. Elle nous dit qu'il y a un complément d'objet direct quelque part. Et elle nous dit que le complément d'objet direct est placé avant le verbe. Qui peut nous dire où se trouve le COD dans cette phrase? La région que j'ai visitée l'an dernier est très belle. Où est le COD? Où est la région, on est d'accord? Bien, je dirais quand votre camarade vient de dire que oui, il semble que région est le COD. Il semble, parce que je ne suis pas convaincue que c'est le COD. Où est le COD dans cette phrase? Jeunes gens, reconsidérons la phrase. La région que j'ai visitée. Qu'est-ce que c'est que région dans cette phrase? C'est vraiment le COD? Oui? C'est l'antécédent. Très bien, applaudissez pour elle. C'est l'antécédent. Où est le COD? Oh, bien, le COD, c'est le pronom relatif que nous avons ici. Il reprend région. Et on vous a appris que lorsque nous avons le pronom qui reprend le mot qui était censé être le complément d'objet direct, ce nom-là cesse d'être le COD et c'est le pronom qui devient le COD. Lui, il est l'antécédent. Voici donc notre COD. Quel est son genre et quel est son nombre? Féminin, singulier. Ça explique donc l'accord que nous avons ici. C'est clair? Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on retient? Et c'est la même chose qui s'est passée dans la phrase 3. Lunettes est féminin. D'ailleurs, où est le COD dans cette phrase? Rapidement, où est le COD dans la phrase 3? Où est le COD dans la phrase 3? Oui. Il a retenu, c'est bien. Le COD, le voici. Ce pronom. N'est-ce pas? On connaît les pronoms COD. Rapidement. Quel est le pronom COD que tu... En dehors de les, bien sûr. Le, oui. La. On a déjà les. Tu ne peux pas dire les. Quoi? L apostrophe. Bien. Donc, voici notre pronom COD. Et il est placé avant le verbe. C'est pour cela que nous avons cet accord. On passe donc au retenant. Qu'est-ce que vous notez? Bien. Le participe passé employé avec l'auxiliaire avoir s'accorde avec le complément d'objet direct lorsque celui-ci est placé avant le verbe. Quand il n'y a pas de COD avant le verbe, quand il y a un COD dans la phrase et qu'il se trouve après le verbe, on ne fait pas d'accord lorsqu'on a l'auxiliaire avoir. Mais s'il se trouve que le complément d'objet direct a changé de position, Au lieu d'être après le verbe, il est placé avant. Alors, on va accorder notre participe passé en genre et en nombre avec ce COD qui s'est placé avant. C'est clair? Bien. Exemple donc, mes lunettes, c'est toi qui les as enlevées. Nous voyons, on a déjà expliqué. Voici notre COD et c'est ce qui nous a donné de faire cet accord. Lunettes est féminin pluriel en fait. Le pronom COD qui remplace lunettes est lui-même féminin pluriel. Donc le complément d'objet, le participe passé au temps pour moi est féminin pluriel. Région, le COD que est féminin singulier. Le participe passé est féminin singulier. Nous revenons, oui, vous avez noté, nous revenons sur nos phrases. Maintenant, on considère la phrase numéro 5. Nous considérons la phrase numéro 5. Les copines se sont revues hier et on a dit, elles se sont parlé longtemps. Les copines se sont revues hier et elles se sont parlé longtemps. Quels sont les auxiliaires que nous avons dans les deux propositions de cette phrase? Quels sont les auxiliaires qu'on a employés avec notre participe passé dans les deux propositions de cette phrase? Bien, auxiliaire être. Auxiliaire être. Que s'est-il passé au niveau du participe passé? On a l'auxiliaire être dans les deux propositions. Mais ici, on a vu que le participe passé est accordé. Et là, il n'est pas accordé. Et Arcon avait pensé que c'était une faute. Mais ce n'est pas une faute. Qu'est-ce qu'on va dire ici? Le participe passé revenu s'est accordé avec quoi? Avec le sujet dans la phrase. Quelqu'un nous l'a dit, le sujet dans la phrase. Quel est le sujet? Les deux copines. Mais est-ce que c'est véritablement avec cela que ça s'est accordé? Parce que si ça s'est accordé avec le sujet, on a aussi l'auxiliaire être ici. Ce qui veut dire que parler devrait être accordé. Pourtant, ça ne l'est pas. Pourquoi? Dites-nous, rappelez-vous, on a déjà vu cela. On a déjà vu cela. Pourquoi il n'y a pas eu accord ici et il y a eu accord là? On a auxiliaire être, auxiliaire être. Bien, il s'agit, les deux verbes dans les deux propositions sont des verbes pronominaux. Nous sommes d'accord. On va donc passer à l'accord du participe passé des verbes pronominaux. On a deux verbes pronominaux et nous voyons qu'on n'a pas fait l'accord à tous les coups. Alors que les verbes pronominaux se conjuguent dans les temps composés avec l'auxiliaire être. Et la règle nous a dit au départ qu'avec l'auxiliaire être, il y a accord obligatoire avec le sujet. Accord ici, non-accord là. Qu'est-ce qu'on va retenir? Qu'est-ce qu'on note? Vous avez la réponse, vous avez la réponse. Vous avez la réponse. Oui, oui. Ok, on retient que tantôt ça s'accorde, tantôt ça ne s'accorde pas. Et ce tantôt-là, comment on saura? J'ai l'habitude de vous dire que la grammaire, c'est la science, ce n'est pas le hasard. Comment on saura qu'il faut accorder et on accorde, et quand il ne faut pas accorder? On voit, ce qu'on va retenir ici, c'est quoi? C'est que quand on a un verbe pronominal, ne nous disons pas seulement qu'on a l'auxiliaire être et on se précipite pour faire un accord. Quand on a un verbe pronominal, on se pose la question de savoir, est-ce qu'il y a un complément d'objet direct dans cette phrase? Ou encore, on se dit, est-ce que notre pronom réfléchi est COD? Si le pronom réfléchi dans la phrase est complément d'objet direct, l'accord va se faire naturellement. Mais si le pronom réfléchi n'est pas COD, il n'y a pas d'accord. Pronom réfléchi COD, accord. Pronom réfléchi, pas COD, pas d'accord. Voilà comment vous devez faire. Tout le temps, vous oubliez cela. C'est ce que vous devez faire. Avec un verbe pronominal, vous pouvez vous demander, est-ce qu'il y a un COD dans ma phrase? Et vous savez comment on procède pour identifier le COD. Par exemple, si on revient au début de la phrase, les deux copines ont revu qui hier? Elles se sont revues, les deux. Féminin, pluriel. C'est pour cela qu'il y a accord. Nous voyons clairement que le pronom réfléchi ici est COD. Maintenant, dans la deuxième proposition, et elles se sont parlées. Si on doit vérifier à partir du pronom réfléchi, on va dire elles ont parlé à qui? À qui? Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est quel type de pronom qu'on a, de complément qu'on a ici? Bien, le COI. Comme ce n'est pas COD, il n'y a pas d'accord. Mais vous pouvez vous trouver en face d'une phrase dans laquelle vous ne savez pas exactement si le pronom réfléchi est COI ou COD. Surtout que toi, tu t'embrouilles souvent, jeune homme. Ce que tu vas faire, c'est que tu reviens sur la proposition, tu cherches à savoir où se trouve le COD. Si tu vois qu'il y a un COD dans la phrase et que ce COD est placé après le verbe, il n'y a pas accord. Donc, même si tu as ton auxiliaire être, c'est donc ce que nous allons retenir. On retient que le participe passé des verbes pronominaux s'accorde avec le pronom réfléchi si celui-ci est complément d'objet direct du verbe. À ce moment, on va faire l'accord. Comme nous voyons dans les phrases qu'on a reprises, les deux copines se sont revues. Nous nous sommes promenées le long de la plage. Deuxième partie donc. Lorsque le pronom réfléchi n'est pas complément d'objet direct, le participe passé ne s'accorde pas. Retenez bien cela. Ce n'est pas parce qu'on a l'auxiliaire être. On sait que tous les verbes pronominaux se conjuguent avec l'auxiliaire être, mais l'accord ne se fait pas systématiquement. Exemple, elles se sont parlées. Elle s'est coupé les cheveux. D'ailleurs, quelqu'un voit-il un COD dans cette phrase? Est-ce que quelqu'un voit quelque chose qui ressemble à un complément d'objet direct dans cette phrase? Oui, c'est quoi? Le pronom réfléchi. OK, posez-nous la question. Pour que nous soyons sûrs que le pronom réfléchi, OK, ça ne peut pas être ça ne peut pas être le pronom réfléchi. Où est le COD? Les cheveux. Où est-il placé? Après le verbe. Donc, il n'y a pas accord. Très bien. Je dis souvent que vous êtes des enfants intelligents, c'est bien. Donc, voilà pour les verbes pronominaux. Nous revenons sur l'exercice. Et on va considérer la dernière phrase, la phrase numéro 6. Phrase numéro 6. La porte extérieure, faite de planches vernies, est très jolie. Deux participes passés, faite, vernis. Avec quel auxiliaire est-ce qu'ils sont employés? Quel auxiliaire? Aucun. Il n'y a pas d'auxiliaire, mais ce sont des participes passés. Et on a vu clairement que fait s'est accordé parce qu'il s'agit de quoi? Porte. La porte. Et vernis s'est accordé avec planche, qui est féminin pluriel. Qu'est-ce qu'on retient ici? Qu'est-ce qu'on retient? On est sur... Oh, OK, le dernier élément. Sans auxiliaire. Qu'est-ce qu'on retient? Qu'est-ce qu'on va dire? Oui, on a vu que lorsque le participe passé est employé seul, c'est-à-dire sans auxiliaire, il s'accorde. Avec quoi? Ici, ça s'est accordé avec porte. Là, ça s'est accordé avec planche. Donc, oui, le participe passé, lorsqu'il est employé sans auxiliaire, il s'accorde en genre et en nombre avec le nom auquel il se rapporte. Il s'accorde en genre et en nombre avec le nom auquel il se rapporte. Et ce n'est pas seulement le nom. Il va s'accorder avec le nom ou le pronom auquel il se rapporte. Et c'est la dernière chose que nous allons noter. Bien. Le participe passé employé sans auxiliaire s'accorde en genre et en nombre avec le nom ou le pronom auquel il se rapporte. Exemple, la jeune fille intimidée se tenait en retrait. intimidé se rapporte à jeune fille et il prend la marque, le genre et le nombre de jeunes filles qui est féminin singulier. Accueilli avec joie, les joueurs se sentent forts. Accueilli, c'est accordé avec joueur qui est masculin pluriel. D'où l'accord que nous avons ici. Voilà notre accord du participe passé. Est-ce que quelqu'un a une question? Est-ce que c'est clair? C'est clair? C'est clair. C'est clair. C'est clair. Bien, comme l'eau de roche. Alors, on a bien compris l'accord du participe passé. Comme d'habitude, je vais vous donner un petit devoir qui va vous aider à vraiment fixer tout cela dans vos esprits. Pour que quand vous allez, on va vous réveiller à minuit, on vous donne une phrase, par exemple à traduire, dans laquelle il y aura un accord à faire, vous êtes sûr de réussir votre accord. Ou vous regardez votre paper, vous savez exactement ce que vous allez choisir comme réponse à barrer. Voici donc le devoir pour la prochaine fois. L'exercice 2 qui se trouve à la page 29 de votre livre programme Apprenons le français Advanced Level. Ce sera tout pour aujourd'hui. Jeunes gens, pendant qu'on y est, oui, quelqu'un peut même commencer à lire l'énoncé de l'exercice. Et d'ailleurs, vous pouvez le faire maintenant. Quelqu'un peut commencer à lire l'énoncé de l'exercice. Sinon, je disais que, posez la question à haute voix. Si je n'entends pas, je ne peux pas y répondre. Même si vous posez la question à votre camarade, je ne veux pas les bavards, ne perturbez pas mon cours. D'ailleurs, on dit que quand vous voulez parler dans le cours, vous levez le doigt, vous adressez au professeur, pas à votre camarade. En parlant à votre camarade, vous le perturbez. En le perturbant, il peut oublier l'accord du participe passé qu'il vient d'apprendre. Donc, la question, vous me l'adressez à moi, à haute voix. Oui? OK, qui peut lui dire? Voilà, on a dit que quand on a l'auxiliaire avoir, en principe, il n'y a pas d'accord. Mais quand on a l'auxiliaire avoir et qu'on a un complément d'objet direct qui ne vient pas après le verbe, mais il vient avant, on fait l'accord avec ce complément d'objet direct-là. Est-ce que c'est compris, mademoiselle? Bien.
Thank you very much. And we have a few questions for you, madame. Il y a cette question, s'il vous plaît, madame. Pourquoi vous avez mis EES à enlever? Et c'est Salomé de Yaoundé.
Bien, mademoiselle, quand on faisait la correction de l'exercice, et même quand on est revenu sur le retenant, on a dit, c'est ce que je viens de répondre même à la question parce que votre camarade en classe l'a posé. On a dit, bien, mes lunettes, virgule, c'est toi qui les as enlevées. Qu'est-ce qu'on a dit? On a dit qu'il y a eu accord ici. Pourquoi? Parce que dans cette phrase, il y a un complément d'objet direct. Où est-il? Dans cette phrase, c'est très très simple à retrouver. Le pronom les. On vous a enseigné, mademoiselle, les pronoms compléments d'objet direct. On a dit qu'il y a le pronom le. Je vois le monsieur. Je vois qui? Le monsieur. Complément d'objet direct. Il est placé après le verbe. Mais quand je vais remplacer le monsieur par un pronom complément d'objet direct, il change de position, il va se mettre obligatoirement avant le verbe. On va dire je le vois. Si la phrase est au passé composé, parce que le complément d'objet direct est parti de sa position normale qui est après le verbe et est venu avant, on doit obligatoirement accorder le participe passé avec ce complément d'objet direct.
D'accord. La phrase numéro 4, pourquoi rendu, n'a pas de S, puisque la phrase est au pluriel et c'est Stella.
Très bonne question. Mademoiselle Stella, on a dit les embouteillages ont rendu. Quelle est la première chose qu'on a écrite dans notre retenant quand on est allé à l'accord du participe passé employé avec l'auxiliaire avoir? On a dit, la règle de base dit que lorsqu'on a l'auxiliaire avoir, il n'y a pas d'accord. Avec l'auxiliaire avoir, le participe passé ne peut pas s'accorder avec son sujet. Donc, il ne s'accorde pas. C'est pour cela que rendu n'a pas pris une quelconque marque d'accord.
D'accord. Comment savoir qu'une phrase a un complément d'objet direct? Et c'est Blanche Choupeau de Bamboutos. Bonjour Blanche.
Mademoiselle qui est dans les Bamboutos, on a dit la chose qu'il faut faire et retenez cela. Comment identifier un complément d'objet direct dans la phrase? Première des choses, vous savez que pour qu'un mot soit complément d'objet direct, il faut qu'il appartienne à la classe grammaticale des mots qu'on appelle les noms. Un nom peut être complément d'objet direct. Un pronom peut être complément d'objet direct. Donc la question va se poser lorsque vous avez un nom et vous vous demandez est-ce que ce nom ou ce pronom est complément d'objet direct. Par exemple, dans la phrase 3, mes lunettes, c'est toi qui les as enlevées. Vous avez tendance à dire que le complément d'objet direct, c'est lunettes. Mais on vous l'a dit, lorsqu'on a un pronom COD qui remplace le nom, il ne peut plus être lui-même COD. Mais la question que vous allez vous poser, c'est celle-ci. Tu as pris quoi? Tu as pris quoi? Le mot qui répond à la question quoi dans notre phrase, après le verbe, c'est lui qui est complément d'objet direct. Ou alors il répond à la question qui. Tout à l'heure, j'ai dit, je vois le monsieur, je vois qui? Le monsieur, COD. Je mange quoi? La banane, COD. Mademoiselle, voilà ce qu'il faut faire pour identifier un COD dans une phrase.
D'accord. Thank you very much, Madame Célina Elogo.
Welcome,
et on se
madame.
voit la semaine prochaine.
La semaine prochaine, madame.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Hi, you're watching #Focus on Exams, and I just want to take this moment to say thank you to a certain family who did something really touching. They are the Mbida family in Yaoundé, and the father, the mother, and the kids, Emmanuel, Pascal, Stéphanie, René, William, bonjour à vous. Thank you for your kind gesture. You sent a basket full of food and drinks for the team, Focus on Exams team, and the teachers who are out here. And it was just to encourage all of us who are doing this work, who are helping our students and our pupils to prepare for the certificate exams. We say thank you. Thank you. We really appreciate your gesture. Thank you all. And we are going to continue with the program. The next subject on our lineup is history. It's A-level history. And we are going to be calling to our classroom, Madame Helen Lum. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing very well. You're in a beautiful, bright red color.
Thank you.
Okay, so today, what is the subject? We are done with Njwa. Augustine Gomjwa. We are done with him, right?
Augustine Gomjwa.
Okay, so what's the topic today?
We are going to talk on the League of Nations today.
Okay.
Yes.
So what exactly the failures, the establishment of the League of Nations?
Yes, we are going to trace the origins. We look at its successes and the failures for today.
Okay.
Next class will continue.
All right, I'll let
you.
you proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, my dear history students. You are welcome to another history class today. For the past 2 weeks, we had been looking at section C of the Cameroon History GCE syllabus. Today, we are going to move to another section of history, which is the world history. We are going to look at the world history. And our topic for today is the League of Nations, the League of Nations. I want to encourage all of you to stretch out. I know you have been tired, working all. Just stretch yourself out and get ready for our history class. Please take up your pens, your papers, and jot down. But I want to warn again, ask only questions that are historically relevant to our topic for today, which is the League of Nations. Under the League of Nations, we are going to have our introduction, the origins of the League of Nations, briefly on the objectives of the League of Nations, successes of the League of Nations in the 1920s, failures of the League of Nations in the 1920s, why the League succeeded in the 1920s, failures of the League in the 1930s, and why the League failed in the 1930s. This is what we are going to cover for the whole topic, but not for this lesson. For this lesson, we are just going to address the origins, the successes of the League, why the League succeeded, and we are going to look at the failures of the League of Nations. But before we continue with our lesson, we are going to put up our topic on the board. Okay, we are now, the subject we have now is history, and our topic, the League of Nations. Okay, my dear students, if you look at the board, you realize that the League of Nations, we have the capital L and the capital N. Most often, students write it using the lowercase letters, which is not correct. It is the League of Nations. That is it. Okay, so now we are going to address our topic today in form of question and answers. I'm going to bring out some questions. We interpret them. We have realized that most often students study, they master the material, but at the end, they score very low grades in the GC because of the fact that they don't understand interpretation of questions. And so either they poorly interpret the questions or they completely go out of focus. So now, we are going to have our introduction, and after our introduction, I'm going to give out the questions. The League of Nations was an international organization formed at the end of the First World War to preserve world peace and security and avoid another global confrontation. Precisely, the organization was formed during the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, and it went operational in 1920. The organization went operational in 1920 and maintained world peace from 1920 up to 1939 when the Second World War broke out. And so that is the introduction to our topic, the League of Nations. And somebody will ask me, why maintaining world peace to avoid another global confrontation? What do you mean by that? The world experienced the first global confrontation. It is true that there were other disputes in the world, territorial disputes, internal disputes, but the first major confrontation that engulfed the whole world was the First World War. And so immediately after the First World War, the European statesmen meeting in Paris decided to form an international organization because they had realized that the First World War broke out as a result of the fact that there was no international organization to regulate world peace. And so, my dear students, as I said, we are going to look at some questions and see the differences. The first question on the board, trace the origins of the League of Nations and examine the extent to which it succeeded in peacekeeping mission in the 1920s. The second question, trace the origins of the League of Nations and explain why it succeeded in its peacekeeping mission in the 1920s. Those two questions look similar, but they have some differences. Trace the origins of the League of Nations and examine the extent, meaning that here you have to trace the origins, and in the second part, you have to examine the extent to which it succeeded. Here you have to give the failures and successes in peacekeeping mission. You don't have to bring human and economic factors here. Peacekeeping mission, we are going to see it in the interpretation. And then the second one, trace the origins of the League, explain why it succeeded. Let's look at the interpretation to the two questions. Interpretation for question one, which reads, trace the origins of the League of Nations and examine the extent to which it succeeded in peacekeeping mission in the 1920s. It is a three-part question. First part of the question, it requires the origins of the League of Nations. The second part of the question requires the successes of the League of Nations. And the third part of the question requires the failures of the League of Nations in the 1920s. Dates are very important in history. In the 1920s, meaning that if you bring any event that took place in the 1930s, you are out of focus. You are out of focus. Now, interpretation for question two. The next slot is going to show us the interpretation for question two. trace the origins of the League of Nations and explain why it succeeded in its peacekeeping mission in the 1920s. This other question, unlike the first, is a two-part question. Part 1 requires the origins of the League of Nations, just as part 1 of the first question. Part 2, reasons for the League's success in the 1920s, which is different from part 2 of the other question that required the successes and not the reasons. And then this question does not have a part 3 because it is a two-part question that requires only the origins of the League of Nations and the successes of, and why the League of Nations succeeded. My dear student, this interpretation cuts across all branches of history: Cameroon history, African history, world history. That is the way you interpret your questions. So we are going to look at the next question: analyze the political achievements of the League of Nations in the 1920s and account for its success during this period. A two-part question again, which requires the political successes in the 1920s and reasons for the success in the 1920s. That is that. So we are going to move on now to answering the question why treating our topic, the League of Nations. We are going to trace the origins of the League of Nations. We are going to see when the League of Nations, the idea of the League of Nations came into existence. Now, the origins of the League of Nations, my dear students, can be traced back right to the 1815, that is 1815, after the Napoleonic Wars. After the Napoleonic Wars, at this time, Napoleon Bonaparte had created a lot of havoc in the world. He had carried out a lot of wars in the world and has dislocated the map of Europe. He had dislocated the map of Europe. So this idea of the League of Nations can be traced back right to 1815. At the end of the Napoleonic Wars, European statesmen decided to meet in Vienna in what was known as the Congress of Vienna to redraw the map of Europe that had been greatly altered by the Napoleonic Wars. Now, during the Congress, the great powers there expressed the desire to create an international organization to maintain world peace and security and to avoid another global confrontation. Though the Congress failed, the idea of creating an international organization survived. The Congress failed, but the idea of creating an international organization to maintain world peace and security survived. And then we move to the next stage. The idea of an international organization, which I said did not materialize during the Congress of Vienna, survived. And so, in 1899 and 1907, a conference was organized by Tsar Nicholas of Russia. This conference was organized at The Hague to discuss disarmament and to ensure peace and security by reducing arms. My dear students, you understand that if you look at the history of wars, and particularly the history of the First World War, you realize that one major factor that contributed to the First World War was arms race. Countries had accumulated arms. They had accumulated a lot of arms. And so there was that arm competition. So Tsar Nicholas organized that conference in order to ensure that there was disarmament and arms were reduced. Furthermore, another stage in the creation of the League of Nations was the destructive effects of the First World War of 1914. The destructive effect of this First World War convinced the leading statesmen of the need to establish an international organization to maintain peace. This is because the First World War registered a lot of loss of lives, caused a lot of destruction, that is both human and material destruction. Consequently, the idea of forming a permanent international organization to maintain peace and security in the world was supported. So the horrors of the First World War contributed to the creation of the League of Nations. The idea of the creation of the League of Nations was also one of Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, which formed the basis of the Paris Peace Settlement. Yes? Yes, Kara? Okay. Let me get your question. Good. I understand your worry. Who was Woodrow Wilson? And what about his 14 points? Okay, Woodrow Wilson was the American president who involved America into the First World War. And it will interest you to know that because of his involvement of America in the First World War, he was dismissed as president of America. And so during the Paris Peace Conference, which was organized immediately after the First World War in 1919, Woodrow Wilson brought up his 14 points. And one of his 14 points was the creation of an international organization to maintain world peace and security. And so we can equally say that the League of Nations was the brainchild of Woodrow Wilson. Although Woodrow Wilson was certainly a great supporter of the idea of an international organization to maintain peace, the League of Nations was the result of the coming together of similar ideas. It was the result of the coming together of similar ideas during the wartime from other diplomats or other statesmen who really were interested in peace and security. We have example, Lord Robert Cecil of Britain, Jean Smuts of South Africa, Léon Bourgeois of France. All these people propounded the idea for the creation of the League of Nations. And so, my dear students, you realize that even though Woodrow Wilson was very instrumental in the creation of the League of Nations, there were other individuals who propounded that theory. Then now, during the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, the supporters of the idea of the League of Nations formed an international committee which drew the covenant of the League of Nations. Remember, we had said that during the Congress of Vienna, the idea was brought up, but it ended in discussion. It did not materialize. But now, during the Paris Peace Conference, the people did not want to leave it just at the level of discussion. And so, the League formed an international committee which drew the covenant of the League. And the covenant called on members to accept disarmament, to accept not to resort to war, to respect international laws and all treaties signed, and to ensure that the League actually came into existence instead of remaining merely a topic of discussion. The covenant of the League of Nations was included in all peace treaties that were signed during that conference. The peace treaties that were signed, we had the Treaty of Versailles, we have the Treaty of Sèvres, we have the Treaty of Neuilly, and a host of others. They were all included in these peace treaties. And so, in January 1920, the League of Nations went operational with its headquarters in Geneva. My dear student, that illustration answers part 1 of question 1 and part 1 of question 2. We are going to move now to the next aspect under the League of Nations, which will answer part 2 of question 1, the successes of the League of Nations as a peacekeeping organization in the 1920s. The successes of the League of Nations as a peacekeeping organization. Here, we are going to see actually how the League succeeded. We are going to see what the League did to be credited as a successful international organization to maintain peace. We'll start from 1920. In 1920, a dispute erupted between Sweden and Finland. And this dispute was over the Åland Island in the Gulf of Bothnia. Both countries laid claims over that territory. Finland laid claims over Åland Island. Sweden laid claims over the Åland Island. And the fun is that even though the territory, which was Swedish in character, was closer to Finland. And so the League of Nations set up a commission to investigate into the issue. And after investigation, the League of Nations gave the area to Finland. That was a success of the League of Nations because Finland accepted the verdict as well as Sweden. So the League of Nations succeeded. Another success of the League of Nations was recorded in 1921. In 1921, Germany and Poland had problems over Upper Silesia. Upper Silesia had a mixed population of Poles and Germans. It was also a great economic and commercial center. When the matter was tabled to the League of Nations, a committee was set up to examine the situation. The committee decided that the area be partitioned. The area be partitioned between Germany and Poland. And so the area was partitioned, and the rich industrial area was given to Poland, and Germany had to take the rest of the area. Now, Germany was not really satisfied with the fact that the rich industrial area was given to Poland, but she accepted the verdict of the League of Nations, and as a consequence, peace reigned in the 1920s. We are going to move on to the next success of the League of Nations, my dear students. Still in 1921, the League solved the problem between Yugoslavia and Albania. In this year, Yugoslavia, by an act of naked aggression, meaning that Yugoslavia was not provoked by Albania, by an act of naked aggression, invaded Albania. The League of Nations intervened and forced Yugoslavia to withdraw its forces from Albania. Yugoslavia respected and withdrew her forces from Albania. That is another success that is credited to the League of Nations in the 1920s. Furthermore, between 1921 and 1922, the League peacefully settled disputes in Latin America between Colombia and Venezuela, and between Chile and Peru. Successfully. And so the League of Nations had a lot of successes in the 1920s in settling international disputes and avoiding wars, which was the major objective for the formation of the League of Nations. Now, in 1925, the League of Nations demonstrated its worth by solving the dispute between Greece and Bulgaria. In 1925, Greece invaded Bulgaria and moved 6 miles into Bulgarian territory. The League ordered a ceasefire, and after proper investigation, the League resolved that Greece was to be blamed and should pay compensation to Bulgaria for the damages suffered. That was also another success on the part of the League of Nations, going to demonstrate the fact that the League of Nations was a successful international organization. And another success recorded by the League of Nations in the 1920s was during the period 1924 to 1926. The League settled the dispute between Iraq and Turkey over the oil-rich province of Mosul. The League decided that Mosul be given to Iraq, while some important oil revenues were given to Turkey. So, the League of Nations registered a number of successes in the 1920s. This answers part 2 of our question, question 1, which was trace the origins and examine the extent. It answered part 2 of the question. We are going to move to the next part of the question, which is going to answer part 3 of our question 1. And this will be the failures of the League of Nations. Remember, the question was trace the origins of the League of Nations and the extent to which it succeeded in its peacekeeping missions in the 1920s. We are going to look at the failures of the League of Nations. So the League of Nations equally registered a number of failures. In 1920, the League of Nations failed to solve the frontier clash which broke out between Lithuania and Poland over Vilna. In trying to solve the problem, the League awarded the disputed area to Lithuania, but the conference of ambassadors that held in Paris reversed the decision in favor of Poland. The League of Nations at this time was silent. The League had taken a decision, but the Conference of Ambassadors came in to reverse the decision, and the area was awarded to Poland. This was one of the failures of the League of Nations in the 1920s. The League of Nations also failed to solve the problem between Italy and Greece. This happened when in 1923, 4 Italians who were settling a border dispute between Albania and Greece were murdered by Greek forces. In anger, Mussolini bombarded and seized the island of Corfu, the Greek island of Corfu. The League's call for Mussolini to withdraw his forces was not respected. So we see the League of Nations failing at this time. Its call on Mussolini to withdraw the forces was not respected. It was the Conference of Ambassadors that stepped in and resolved the problem. They asked the Greek government to tender an apology to Italy and pay compensation for the damages she had suffered. As a result, Italy withdrew her forces from that area. So we realize that here it was not the League's decision that prevailed. It was rather the decision of the Conference of Ambassadors. Now we are going to move to the next failure of the League of Nations. The League of Nations failed to uphold the Treaty of Sevres signed with Turkey during the Paris Peace Conference. In 1923, Mustafa Kemal, the new Turkish dictator, suddenly canceled the Treaty of Sevres that had imposed punishment on Turkey and compelled the Allies to renegotiate and sign a new treaty with Turkey, the Treaty of Lausanne. And this is because this treaty was more favorable. My dear students, remember, during the Paris Peace settlement, the European powers who met there signed many treaties with the defeated powers. Amongst these treaties, we had the Treaty of Sevres that was signed with Turkey and punished Turkey for participating or causing the First World War. But we have a dictator who came to power and was able to cancel this treaty, forcing the Allies to renegotiate a new treaty that was more favorable to Turkey. That was a failure on the part of the League of Nations. Equally, the League proved inactive over disputes involving major powers. E.g., the League remained silent over the dispute between Nicaragua and Mexico in 1920s. And also, the League failed to prevent French and Belgian forces from forcefully occupying the German industrial raw area due to the failure of Germany to respect the payment of reparations. These states rejected to withdraw from the area despite persuasion from the League of Nations. Yes, hope you have a question? Good. Okay, I understand you. You are asking reparations, that Germany failed to respect payment of reparations. Okay, if you go to your lesson on the Paris Peace Settlement and the Treaty of Versailles, you realize that during the Treaty of Versailles, Germany was imposed harsh sanctions. Her military was reduced, her industrial areas were seized, her colonies were all seized, and so Germany was equally imposed to pay a reparations of £6.6 million. And so, when Germany failed to pay the reparations, French and Belgian forces invaded and occupied the German industrial area. The League of Nations called on them to withdraw their forces, but they rejected. So, the League of Nations in this case failed to settle this dispute. It was later when America came in with the Taoist plan to support that they withdraw the forces. And so we see that the League of Nations during the 1920s, even though it registered a number of successes, it however failed in some of the disputes during that period. That answers our question 1 completely. We have looked at the origins, we have looked at the successes, and we have equally seen the failures of the League of Nations. We are going to move now to why the League succeeded in the 1920s. Why the League succeeded in the 1920s is going to answer part 2 of our question. So we are coming now to reasons for the successes of the League in the 1920s. The first major reason for the success of the League of Nations in the 1920s was the fact that most problems that were brought to the League of Nations involved only smaller and weaker nations. The problems that were brought to the League of Nations involved only smaller and weaker nations like Finland, like Sweden, like Chile and others. These were smaller nations, and so the League could easily handle the situation. We are going to see that these smaller powers did not have enough strength to challenge the authority of the League of Nations. They did not have. But in the 1930s, we realized that because there were other powerful nations coming up during that period, the League of Nations became a loud-sounding instrument, a toothless dog that could only bark but could not bite. The second reason for the League's success in the 1920s was the fact that by 1920s, many nations, many countries were still suffering from the effects of the First World War. Many nations were still suffering from the effects of the First World War. The First World War that was fought from 1914 right to 1918. And this war created a lot of misery. A lot of misery in Europe. Millions of people died. There was death, drop in industrial production. And so the countries that were involved in the war had not gained back their stamina. They were still suffering under the effects of the war. They did not have the courage to wage another war. So they did everything possible to respect the League of Nations. They did everything possible to respect the League of Nations in order to avoid war, in order to maintain peace, because they had realized that the First World War had led to the loss of many lives. There was destruction of property, and no country at that time was ready to plunge the world into another global confrontation. The only alternative they had was to stand with the League of Nations, to support the League of Nations in maintaining world peace through collective effort. Another factor or another reason for the League's success in the 1920s was that the powers that could have been a threat or that could have challenged the League of Nations had been disarmed during the Paris Peace settlement, during the treaty, under the Treaty of Versailles. Remember, I said at the end of the First World War, the European powers met in Paris to look at a solution or to settle the problems that had caused the war, to compensate those who were affected by the war, and to punish those who caused the war. And so during the Paris Peace settlement, there was a famous Treaty of Versailles that was signed with Germany. And this Treaty of Versailles disarmed Germany. Germany was disarmed to the level that she had only 100,000 men as soldiers. She was not supposed to keep submarines. She was not supposed to keep any aircraft. And apart from that, her colonies in the world were seized. Her colonies in Africa, like Cameroon, like Southwest Africa, that is Namibia, Tanganyika, all these colonies were German colonies. But after the First World War, they were seized. And so because of this, the defeated powers were weakened. They could not be a threat again to the world because they had been weakened politically, they had been weakened economically, they had been weakened militarily. And so they did not have any strength to oppose the League of Nations. My dear students, you will realize that by the 1930s, these powers, particularly Germany, had become so powerful. And because of her strength, she challenged the League of Nations. Germany withdrew from the League of Nations and started undoing all the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. And gradually again, Germany plunged the world into another global confrontation in 1939. Something she could not do in the 1920s. The next reason for the League's success was the absence of aggressors in the 1920s. During the 1920s, there were no aggressors. Aggressive nations such as Germany, Italy, and Japan were not yet strong and powerful. They were not yet strong. But as we progress in history, you will realize that in the 1930s, Germany under Hitler was very powerful and aggressive. Italy under Mussolini was equally very powerful and aggressive. Japan under Tojo was equally powerful and aggressive. And that is why they created a lot of problems in the 1930s. But in the 1920s, these powers were still weak. And because they were still weak, they could not effectively handle, they could not effectively challenge the activities of the League of Nations. My dear students, that answers the second part of our question. The last part of our question too. So we have certainly come to the end of our lesson today. Today we're looking at the origins of the League of Nations. We're supposed to trace the origins of the League of Nations, look at the successes of the League of Nations in the 1920s, and then examine why the League succeeded in the 1920s. Why the League succeeded in the 1920s. Do we have any other question? Oh, yes? Avi? Okay. I understand your question. Thank you very much for your question. You want to understand why I have mentioned countries here and the League of America is not mentioned. Whereas I said Woodrow Wilson was the brainchild behind the creation of the League of Nations. Okay. The only reason was the fact that America did not ratify the covenant of the League of Nations when it was created. America did not ratify it. And the reason was because America was not happy with the number of lives that were lost during the First World War. And so, after that period, they decided to go into the policy of isolationism. And the policy of isolationism was a policy adopted by America whereby she did not want to involve herself in European affairs. That is why, after the creation of the League of Nations, Woodrow Wilson of America and the Americans did not ratify it, and so America was not a member of the League of Nations. America was not a member of the League of Nations. I hope your question is answered, Arvin. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have one assignment for you. The assignment I'm going to give you will be for you to account for the failures of the League of Nations in the 1930s. You have your pens with you. Take it down. Account for the failures of the League of Nations in the 1930s. And the second question, justify the view that the League of Nations was a loud-sounding instrument in the 1930s. Justify the view that the League of Nations was a loud-sounding instrument in the 1930s. That brings us to the end of our lesson of today. We are going to continue with the League of Nations in our next class.
We will continue with the League of Nations in the next class, and you gave an assignment, and while you were giving the assignment, your students were sending their questions, as you know. And to some of the questions, I already can imagine the answers that you're going to give, but I'll ask them all the same. This student is asking what organization replaced the League of Nations?
Okay, thank you. That's a brilliant question. The organization that replaced the League of Nations was, and is still active today, was the United Nations Organization. After the Second World War, which broke out in 1939, the League of Nations collapsed, and a new international organization, the United Nations Organization, was created and is still functional today.
Okay, so as a follow-up to this question, but by someone else. I love the way you explain, madam. That's your student who's saying it. My question is, why was the League of Nations replaced by the UN? What weakened the League of Nations? And that's from Humphrey in Douala.
Okay, that's a very good question, Humphrey. I am going to teach this topic next week, but I'm going to give you briefly.
A foretaste.
Yes. One factor that weakened the League of Nations was its organization, structural weakness. The League of Nations was based on the principle of unanimity. For a decision to be accepted, all the members had to accept. And so it made decision taking very slow. There was also the policy of isolationism of America. There was the policy of appeasement and a host of others that we are going to discuss in our next lesson.
The League of Nations was a toothless bulldog. Critically assess this statement, or critically examine this yes, assessment of the League of Nations in the 30s. Please, madam, can you comment?
Thank you. My dear students, that question is a double focus question, a two-part question. The League of Nations was a toothless bulldog. Now, that question requires you to show the failures of the League of Nations as an organization that could only back and could not buy, particularly in the 1930s. And then the first part of the question, you have to justify that even though the League of Nations was considered as a toothless bulldog, it was not completely a toothless bulldog because it registered a lot of successes in the 1920s. Even though in the 1930s it was a complete failure, but there were some successes. Example, it administered the Sahel region right to 1935. That was a credit on the part of the League of Nations. So the interpretation, a two-part question that requires the failures of the League of Nations and its successes.
Or maybe the successes first and then the
failures.
Okay. Yeah. When was the Napoleonic War and what caused it? Audrey in Douala.
Okay. My dear student, that's not our focus of the lesson, but the Napoleonic Wars took place in the 1800s and ended in 1815. Actually, in 1814, the Congress of Vienna was already going on to solve the problem, but Napoleon escaped from Elba where he was confined, and then he was caught again. And at this time, the Congress of Vienna went ahead. But just understand that the Napoleonic Wars took place in the 1800s and ran up to 1814.
We have so many questions for you, Madame Loom, yes, but Madame Atachi.
Madame Tachi.
Tachi, rather. Yes. But we cannot ask all the questions for want of time. My producer tells me we're out of time, so we'll have you answer the questions on our webpage.
You can send it on the webpage. Yes. Most often they say like that, they don't send it. Send the questions there, and then I will answer the questions.
What I'll do is I'll give you the questions, and then if you can give the answers on our Facebook page.
Okay.
You meet our administrator.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I will be with Madame Loom once more next week, same time. Thank you for watching the program. We are still on. We are not yet done. We will be done at 6 p.m. So we are still on. And the program, or the lesson that we're going to have now, the subject we're going to have now is economics. A-level economics, and it's with Mr. Saleh Ngalame, whom I have the pleasure to welcome into our classroom this afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, madam.
Once more. How are you?
I'm okay, madam.
Okay, so what is the topic?
We are going to treat the multiplier process under national income.
Okay, so...
Under the topic national income.
What do you expect of the students? What are your objectives for the lesson?
So at the end of this lesson, I expect the students or the learners to be able to explain or define the multiplier, to illustrate the multiplier process, and then calculate the multiplier in the different sectors of the economy.
Okay. So, well, the board isn't really dirty, but I'll help you wipe it all the same while you begin your lesson.
Okay. Hello, dear students. We are continuing this time around with advanced level economics. We are going to look at the multiplier process, and the multiplier process falls under national income. Our focus will be on the multiplier process under national income. And I will expect the learners to be able to define the multiplier, to calculate the multiplier, equally demonstrate and illustrate the multiplier, and at the end, identify the multiplier in the different sectors of the economy. Now, what is the multiplier? The multiplier is, in macroeconomics, is a factor of proportionality which shows how changes or how an endogenous variable can change as a result of an exogenous variable. And throughout our lesson, we are going to denote the multiplier using letter K. Using the letter K. So, the multiplier shows how changes in the exogenous variable or autonomous variables of the national income will change, or of aggregate demand will change, and will bring about a result in a change in the national income. So we can simply say that the multiplier K is that constant which, when multiplied with any of the changes in the autonomous variables or with the expenditures, will bring about a change in income. That is, it is that constant which, when multiplied by a change in expenditure, will bring about a change in income. From this expression, we can easily look for the multiplier K. The multiplier K in this situation will divide all through by changes in expenditure. If we divide all through this by change of expenditure, we are going to have our multiplier K to be equals to a change in income all over change in expenditure. All over change in expenditure. So that is the multiplier by definition. We have said that the multiplier is a factor of proportionality which measures how changes in the endogenous variable will cause the changes in exogenous variable. Now, that is, in macroeconomics, the multiplier is a factor of proportionality that measures how much an exogenous variable changes in response to a change in some exogenous variable. That is that. Okay, let us now. The multiplier can also be seen as that coefficient which can also be seen as the coefficient by which an initial change in injection is multiplied to obtain a resultant change in income. That is what we have expressed on the board. And we're saying that if investment, for example, if investment changes, if we have a change in investment of 100 million, and this change in investment of 100 million brings about a change in income of 500 million. Therefore, from the definition, the multiplier K will simply be equal to a change in income all over a change in investment. Investment here is simply a change in expenditure. It's an example of expenditure. So this will give us, we have change in income being 500 million divided by 100 million, for example. This is going to give us 5. What is the interpretation of this? The interpretation of this is that the income, if we have an investment of 100 million, and the 100 million causes the income in an economy to change by 500 million, there is a multiplier of effect, which is equivalent to 5. That is, it has multiplied the initial investment by 5. So the multiplier is equal to 5, like what we see there. Okay. Before we go deeply into the multiplier, it will be imperative for us to explain or analyze the assumptions of the multiplier process. So the very first assumption we are going to take is that the marginal propensity to consume is constant at all levels of income. That is, there is a constant amount of every additional income which is consumed. And throughout our explanation here, our MPC is going to be 0.8. We equally assume that firms obtain or borrow all their funds from household. That is the second assumption. The third assumption, there is less than full employment of human and material resources like land, labor, and capital. Equally, we assume that firms adjust production with the prevailing market demand. Also, we assume that households adjust instantly their consumption at each level of income, and that all injections are autonomous. And we also assume that the techniques of production and prices remain fixed. These are the assumptions of the multiplier. Now, let us try to demonstrate and illustrate the multiplier process. We assume, first of all, an MPC of 0.8. The multiplier process is in the form of a series. We assume that the government of Cameroon, for example, wants to invest or inject 100 billion in the economy. And this 100 billion is supposed to be used to construct a stadium. This stadium, to construct this stadium, what happens? Contractors will come in, and when contractors come in, they will use part of the income to employ other workers, to buy materials which will be used to construct the stadium. And when they buy this, in an indirect way, they're going to transfer income to other agents of the economy. So if you assume that the government injects 100 billion in the economy, that is the initial investment to construct a stadium, and we have assumed that the marginal propensity, that is MPC. MPC stands for every additional income which is consumed, and we assume a marginal propensity of 0.8. If an initial investment of 100 billion is put in place by the government to construct a stadium, this 100 billion will be given to contractors who employ workers who use this money to buy materials to construct the stadium. And if we have set in our assumption that out of it, they have to spend 0.8. If we multiply 100 billion by 0.8, we are going to have 80 billion. We are going to have 80 billion. That is the amount they have. And this amount goes to another group of workers who also use the income. Those who have been employed, they have income. The income will be used to buy other goods and services. And let us assume that they also spend 0.8 of that amount. And hence another amount of income is going to be generated equivalent to 64 billion. 64 billion. And this amount of money moves from one agent in the economy to another. And we'll see that we are going to generate a series. If that agent in the economy equally spends 0.8, we are going to have 51.2 billion. And we realize that from this initial investment, we are going to have a successively smaller amount of increases in the level of income in an economy. For us to get the actual amount of income that can be gotten from an economy from an initial investment of 100 billion, we can calculate it using the geometric progression formula. If we look at on the board here, we realize that this is a geometric series. It is what? A geometric series. And from this geometric series, we can calculate the common ratio. And it's important to note that the common ratio here is the MPC. So if the government initially invested 100 billion, and the 100 billion has led to successively smaller increases in income, which can lead to a change in income at the end, we can calculate by using the formula, using the geometric progression. We have said this is a geometric series. And like any geometric series, the formula for geometric series will have first term all over 1 minus the common ratio. Now, the first term here, we will denote it to be A as in the geometric series all over 1 minus R. We denote the common ratio by R. How do we get R? R is the common ratio. To get R, it is simply the previous term. We take this previous term divided by the next term. If we divide this, we are going to have an MPC of 0.8. So if we look at what we have on the board, we have seen that the resultant change in income from an initial change in investment, we have first term divided by 1 minus common ratio is equal to A all over 1 minus R. And our A here, which is the first term, is what? It is 100 billion. So we now have 100 billion all over 1 minus R. And R is there. We have said R is simply, from what I said, the R is simply the MPC, which is this divided by this. We are going to have 0.8. It is going to be constant throughout this series. If we divide 80 by 100, it's going to be the same as 64 divided by 80. It's going to be the same as 51.2 divided by 64. If we do all of that, our R, as we have said here, 80 divided by 100 is going to give us 0.8. So if we do that, we have 100, which is the first term, all over 0.8, which will simplify as follows. 100, which is the first term, all over 1 minus 0.8 will give us 0.2. If we divide 100 by 0.2, we are going to have 5. So we are saying that from the extract which we gave, if the government injects 100 billion in the economy, it is going to lead to an increase in income, which is 5 times more than the initial investment, as we have on the board. Now, we can equally prove from there, we can derive the formula for the multiplier, which is not the lesson for today or at this level, to be the multiplier K to be equal to 1 all over 1 minus MPC, where our MPC here is the marginal propensity to consume. That is every additional income which is consumed. If we use this formula, we can also have our answer. As we had there, we have 1 all over 1 minus MPC. We said our MPC from our series is simply the common ratio, which is what? 0.8. If we divide 100 by 80 by 100, we are going to have 0.8. If we subtract this, we are going to have 1 divided by 0.2. And if we divide 1 by 0.2, we are still going to have 5. So this is the definition or the main formula for the expenditure multiplier. But as we are going to see, multiplier differ from sector to sector. It might be a 2-sector economy, it might be a 3-sector economy, it might be a 4-sector economy, which is what? An open-air economy. So, let us look at multipliers in the different sectors of their economy. We'll take the first one, 2-sector economy. In a 2-sector economy, the only withdrawal is savings. The only withdrawal in a 2-sector economy is savings. Therefore, our multiplier K is going to be equal to 1 all over 1 minus MPC. And in our previous lesson, we said that 1 minus MPC, that 1 minus MPC is equal to MPS. Therefore, we can simply say in a 2-sector economy that the multiplier is equal to 1 all over the MPS. That is the multiplier for a 2-sector economy. We'll take the next, multiplier in a 3-sector economy. In a 3-sector economy, the government comes in with taxes. So we have 2 withdrawals, and the withdrawals are what? Taxes and savings. So in a 2-sector economy, we are going to have the multiplier K is equal to 1 divided by 1 minus, let us take MPS already, plus MPT, where our MPT stands for what? The marginal propensity to tax. Every additional income that goes in for taxation. Every additional income which is taxed. So in a 2-sector economy, we are going to have the multiplier to be equal to 1 divided by MPS plus MPT. Now, in a 4-sector economy, which is an open economy, import now comes in. So we now have three withdrawals or 3 leakages, which will be savings, taxes, and import. Savings will give us the marginal propensity to save, taxes will give us the marginal propensity to tax, and then import will give us the marginal propensity to import. Therefore, in a 3-sector economy, we are going to have the multiplier to be equal to 1 divided by MPS plus MPT plus MPM, where MPS stands for the marginal propensity to save, that is every additional income which is saved, MPT, marginal propensity to tax, NPM, marginal propensity to import. So, these are the main types of multipliers we have. We have other types of multipliers. We equally have the tax multiplier, which you denote as follows. The tax multiplier, we are going to have it to be negative B all over 1 minus MPS. And this is equal to negative B 1 minus MPC, rather 1 minus MPC, which is going to give us MPS, negative B all over MPS. And we have the tax multiplier, which denoted by KTR. And in this case, the tax multiplier, which is the transfer payment multiplier, which is the opposite of the tax multiplier, will simply be B, which is the MPC. B stands for MPC, all over 1 minus MPC. So, having examined the different types of multiplier, or the multiplier in a different sector, it will be imperative for us to do a series of exercises. Remember that this focuses more on paper 3 and paper 1. And most students are usually scared when they see questions coming from this area. I want to tell you, if you are given a national income question, national income equilibrium, and you are asked to calculate the multiplier, the first thing you are supposed to do, my dear students, is first of all identify where the type of economy we have. Is it a two-sector economy? If it's a two-sector economy, you already know the multiplier to use. If it's a three-sector economy, you know the multiplier to use. If it's an open economy, you know the multiplier to use. There are other different forms of calculating the multiplier, but I will not want to complicate it because this will be simpler for you to understand at your level. Let us take application exercises to solve this. Now, the first question given there, the information below shows income resulting from a change in investment. And we do have 1,000 million denoted by M plus 700 million plus 490 million plus cure. There is a plus omitted there, plus cure million, plus dash, 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 plus. Let us see the questions from that series. Now, the first question says, calculate the multiplier. If you are given a series like this, you should not panic. We have said that a two-sector economy, the multiplier of a two-sector economy is also known as the investment multiplier or expenditure multiplier. So this, we can easily use the expenditure multiplier. You cannot determine the sector of economy here. Here, it is multiplier by definition for you to calculate. Now, we know that the multiplier, K, is equal to 1 all over 1 minus MPC. Now, Ebon, what is the MPC there from this series, Ebon? How can you determine the MPC? Yeah, Ebon says to obtain the MPC here, you need to divide 700 or the next term by the previous term. The MPC is always supposed to be constant throughout a geometric series, and it is the same as a common ratio. Which therefore means that for you to actually get the MPC here, if you divide 700 by 1,000, you are going to have the MPC, which is a common ratio. If you divide 490 by 700, you are going to have the MPC, which is a common ratio. And if you divide cure by 490, you are also going to have the MPC, which is a common ratio. So in this case, we say that MPC will be equal to 700 divided by 1,000. Should be equal to 490. That's just to prove that it should be constant. I'm sure you have your calculators here. 490 divided by 700. If you do this clearly, you are going to have an MPC of 0.7. But we have not answered the question because the question asks us to calculate the multiplier. We know that the formula for the multiplier is K is equal to 1 all over 1 minus the MPC. So, if we do that, K will be equal to 1 all over 1 minus the MPC, which we have calculated is 0.7. And this is going to give us 1 divided by 0.3. And if we have 1 divided by 0.3, we are going to have K to be equal to 3.34. That is the case for the first question. So we are saying that the common ratio in this series gives us the MPC. And the common ratio throughout a geometric series, this is a geometric series. We are not going to go deep into that because it's more of mathematics, and I don't want to scare students who don't love too much mathematics. So we are saying that the geometric, on this series, the series is a geometric series. The MPC is simply the common ratio, which is dividing the next term by the previous term. So that is that. Let us go to Roman 2. Roman 2 says we should calculate the value of cure. How can we calculate the value of cure? from that geometric series. If MPC is constant, it will be very simple for us to calculate cure. Take your calculators. If you calculate 0.7, that is 0.7 times 1,000, you are going to have 700. If you take 0.7 times 700, you are going to have 490. If you take the very 0.7 multiplied by 490, you are going to have the value of cure. Therefore, it is very simple. You just take, since the MPC is constant, you multiply the next value because it is a continuous process, which is good. So if you multiply to have this value of cure, simply multiply it by what? By 0.7. Is that okay? Okay. Multiply the previous term by 0.7. So if you take 0.7, that is for Roman 2, 0.7 times 490, we are going to have the value of cure, which is equal to, the value of cure there is going to give us 343. So in the place of cure, we simply put 343. We simply multiply 0.7 because MPC is constant. There's a mistake there, not MPS. MPC is constant. Okay. That is that. Let us go to the second question. I said that the problem is much more of solving practical questions. If you solve many problems as possible, you are going to find this lesson or the topic very, very simple for you to understand. So we are given the second question. The present level of national income in a given economy. So I've said that we will denote national income by Y. Let us denote national income by Y. The present level of national income in an economy is equal to 100 million. And it is said that out of every 1,000 francs of additional income, savings are 150. So we need to derive that. Taxes are 100 and imports are 150. Import will denote by M. Now, the multiplier, for us to calculate multiplier, it is usually 1 divided by the marginal propensity to withdraw. 1 divided by the marginal propensity to withdraw. Don't get confused, my dear student. In a two-sector economy, we remember that K is equal to 1 all over 1 minus MPC. And we have that 1 all over MPS. We have 1 divided by MPS. If we realize here, it is a marginal propensity to save. And marginal propensity to save is a withdrawal. Saving is a withdrawal. So we need to look for the marginal propensity to withdraw for each of these components, because we have been given savings as a proportion of income, tax as a proportion of income, and import as a proportion of income. We need to calculate that. It has been said. So in the first case, we see that our marginal propensity to save, let's say out of every 1,000 francs, 150 francs is saved. So simply, our marginal propensity to save, it is a proportion. We have 150 divided by 1,000 for us to have MPS, which will have 0.15. Now we go to taxes. Marginal propensity to tax. We equally have out of every 1,000 francs, 100 francs is tax. It's paid as taxes. So we have 100 divided by 1,000, which is going to give us our 0.1, which we have on our screens. And it's also said out of every 1,000 from 150 francs spent as import. That is the marginal propensity to import. MPM is equal to 150 divided by 1,000, which is going to give us 0.15. It becomes very simple for us to calculate the value of the multiplier. The question we need to ask ourselves, If we examine these items, what economy do we have? Is it a two-sector economy? Is it a three-sector economy? Is it an open economy? Yes, Ngole? Okay, which is good. Ngole says it is an open air economy because it has marginal points to save, marginal points to start, and marginal points to import. Therefore, in this case, our multiplier will be equal to 1 all over marginal points to save plus marginal points to tax plus marginal points to import. Our question now becomes very simple to solve. So we now have 1 divided by 0.15 plus 0.1 plus 0.15. If we do that, we are going to have our multiplier to be equal to 1 all over 0.4, which gives us 2.5. Remember, multiplier has no units. It simply tells you the number of times income or a given level of an expenditure has changed to cause a change in income. So it has no units. So we have our answer to be 2.5. Now, let us go back to the next question. The next question says that by how much must the government raise its expenditure to increase national income to a new level of 125? Now, they're asking you by how much should the government change its expenditure? At the beginning of the question, we had the level of national income to be what? 100. To be 100. And now, we are being asked, by how much must the government raise? So we're looking for what? Change in government expenditure to increase national income to a new level of 125. So we say that our new national income, Y1, should be equal to 125. When students get the question by how much, they should use the multiplier by definition. And the multiplier by definition will simply be, K, which is any change in expenditure that will bring about a change in income. So from there we already have our multiplier. I solved the multiplier to be equal to 2.5, and this will be equal to, the multiplier K is 2.5. This will be equal to change in income. What is the change in income? It will now be the new level of income, which is 125 minus 100 divided by change in expenditure. But what expenditure are we talking about? Is change in government expenditure. Therefore, our focus will be on looking for change in G. It becomes very simple for us after expressing this. When you get the statement by how much, you use the multiplier by definition. Multiply by definition. By how much? So now it becomes simple. We make change in G the subject of the formula. Therefore, we have 2.5. Change in G will be equal to 125 minus 100, we have 25. And if we divide all through by 2.5 to have change in G, this cancels this. Therefore, our change in G will be equal to 25 divided by 2.5 is going to give us a value equivalent to 10 million, if I don't make a mistake, to 10 million. It therefore means, what is the interpretation of the equation says? By how much must the government raise its expenditure to raise national income to a new level of 125 million? So the government must raise expenditure to what? 100 million to have a change in national income equivalent to what? 125 million. So you can go back to the equation and substitute government expenditure, and you have a change in income equivalent to 125. There are many more questions. My dear students, you can never understand this topic if you don't solve many more questions. Like I'm saying, this focuses more on paper 3 and paper 1. Most students escape from this. They consider it a nightmare. It is very simple. When you once know the sector in which the question is coming from, you can easily solve the multiplier. Is it a two-sector economy? Is it a three-sector economy? Or is it an open economy? The question becomes very simple. That will be that for our class for today. the rest of the question, try to solve it, and in our subsequent class, we'll try to see if you solved it very well.
We say thank you for the class. National income was the lesson, and you are Mr. Salen Galame. We have a couple of questions for you. What are the factors of MPC in an economy? And that's from Joy Angel in Bafusam.
Now, when you talk about factors that influence MPC, MPC stands for what? Marginal propensity to consume, which is what? A subcomponent of consumption. So in a nutshell, you're asking for what? Those factors that will cause a change in consumption. I ask you in simple words, what will cause your consumption to change? If you have a change in income, everything being equal, your consumption must change.
Okay.
There are many more factors. So that's like, look for factors. Factors that will cause your consumption to change, it will cause MPC to change.
And you said it's marginal propensity
to consume.
Last question. Please, can you come back on the assumptions of a multiplier?
Yeah, we said the assumptions are many. And we have said that one of the most important assumptions is that the marginal propensity to consume is constant. And that firms obtain all of their incomes from household. So there are many more. If you go back to the lesson in our notes, you see those assumptions. These are very simple things for you to understand. But the most important assumption is that there is a constant marginal propensity to consume.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngalame. And we'll be together again, same time next week. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
So we are going to proceed with the program, and you know the drill already. We have 2 more classes to go for the day. You're watching #Focus on Exams, and the class which is about to begin right now is Geography, A-level Geography, and that's with Mr. Anye Clarkson Mundi, and the topic is migration. But before he comes in, let's just take a small break. Welcome back. You're watching #Focus on Exams. What time is it? It is 4:35, 37. Well, it's time for Mr. Anya Clarkson Mundi to make his way into our classroom. Good afternoon. Once more, welcome.
Thank you very much.
How are you right now?
Fine.
So the topic is migration. The subject is geography. What are the objectives?
So migration is a very broad topic.
Yeah.
Today we are going to focus on the theories and concepts of migration.
The theories
and models of migration.
Okay. I'll let you continue.
Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome back from the break. I was here in the morning with the honor level students, and now I'm going to continue with the advanced level students. Today, as I'm reading,
Coronavirus is a reality. Using a hand sanitizer is also recommended.
Once you apply into the palm of the hand, you scrub both surfaces of your palms and then scrub the back surfaces. You have to make sure that the gel can go all through your hand, everywhere. All the surfaces have to be touched, the palms, the back side of the palm, in between the fingers, the thumbs, and then you finish with the nails. You have to also scrub the nails. Then you leave the hands to dry a little bit. It should take a few seconds and you're done with that.
Proper application procedures are needed to ensure hand sanitizers can do their job.
good afternoon, dear students, and welcome back from the break. In the morning, I was on board with the honor level students, and today and now I'm going to continue with the advanced level students. So last week we're looking at map work, and I want to believe that that aspect, as of now, it is something that you are gradually getting used to the concept. So today, it's not good to concentrate all on one branch, but I'll show you that by next week we'll come back on map work. So I want us to look at migration. Migration is a topic which is being taught in population geography. And of course, population geography is part of human geography, in which you'll be expected to answer 7 questions in paper 1. And of course, you have the latitude to also answer a question in paper 2. So therefore, what are our objectives of today? So we have geography. And we are going to look at migration. Migration. Good. So when we talk about migration, what do we mean by migration? Migration simply refers to the displacement of people from one geographical area to another. That is the movement of people from one place to another, which can be caused either by pull factors or push factors. And of course, migration is equally related to another main concept, which is known as spatial interaction, in which spatial interaction refers to the movement of people, goods, ideas, information from one place to another. And spatial interaction involves 3 main concepts. You have intervening opportunity, you have complementarity, and you have transferability. So, as I said, migration simply is the movement of people from one geographical space to another. While spatial interaction, which of course is equally a part of migration, an important aspect of migration, is the movement of people, goods, ideas, information from one place to another, which involve transferability, intervening opportunity, and complementarity. Good. So therefore, our objective of today, as I did announce, we are going to be looking at the concepts or the theories or the models to explain reasons why people move from one place to another. The main theories or the main models to explain the spatial displacement of people from one geographical space to another. And among these models or these theories that we are going to examine, the first, we have the distance decay. We're going to examine the inverse distance law of GKZ, and of course, the gravity model of Rayleigh. So these are the 3 main models or theories that we are going to examine today. And of course, the criticisms or the weaknesses of these models in order to explain spatial interaction or reasons why people move from one geographical space to another. So the first is the distance decay of migration. When we talk about distance decay, it refers to the decline in the volume of spatial interaction with increasing distance from an area of departure. The decline in the volume of spatial interaction with increasing distance from an area of departure, which means that the longer the distance of an area, the number of people interacting in that area will be reduced. So this is one of the laws of Revenstein to explain, or one of the laws of Revenstein of migration, which is the distance decay. Next, we are going to look at the inverse distance law by GKZ. This is the most important laws or theories to explain spatial interaction or migration. The inverse distance law proposed by GKZ in 1946. This law states that the volume of migration is inversely proportional to the distance traveled by migrant. The volume of migration is inversely proportional to the distance traveled by migrant. So this law, therefore, the inverse distance law says that, or mathematically it can be written as Nij is equals to 1 all over Dij, where Nij is the number of migrants from town I to town J. And dij is the distance between town I and J. So if I use I and J, I'm just trying to illustrate a hypothetical situation. It don't mean that there is a town on earth called town I and there's another town on earth called town J. So therefore, this is the mathematical expression of the inverse distance law, which states that the volume of migration is inversely proportional to the distance traveled by migrant. In simple terms, it means that the longer the distance, the fewer the number of people involved in migration and vice versa. So therefore, we are going now to use now a hypothetical diagram to illustrate the inverse distance law. Let me say this is town A, town B, and town C. The distance separating town A and town B is 10 kilometers. The distance separating town A to town B is 2 kilometers. And the distance separating town B to town C is 5 kilometers. Good. So with this hypothetical diagram, therefore, we are going now to illustrate the inverse distance law of migration. Sorry, this is B and this is C. So according to the inverse distance law of migration, the volume of migration between town A to town B, between town A to town B will be 1 divided by 10. As I said, that dij is the distance between town I and town J. So if you have 1 divided by 10, you have 0.1. The volume of migration between town C to B will be 1 divided by 5. That will give you 1 divided by 5 kilometers. 1 divided by 5, they will give you 0.2. And of course, the volume of migration between town A to C will be 1 divided by 2. That will give you 0.5. So what have you realized from this small calculation that we have done? We realize that there is an inverse relationship. That means that areas that are far apart from each other, the volume of migration between them is smaller. While areas that are nearer, where the distance separating them is nearer, the volume of migration is what? It is high. So this goes now to confirm the inverse distance law of migration proposed by G.K. Ziv, in which, in its simplicity, it says that over longer distances, very few people are involved in migration, while over shorter distances, more people are involved in migration. So with this now, what therefore are the reasons now to justify the inverse distance law of migration proposed by G.K. Ziv? Why is it that over longer distances, very few people are involved in migration, while over shorter distances, more people are involved in migration? One, we have increased cost of transport. You realize that the longer the distance, the cost of transporting oneself now will be very, very high. For example, the number of people migrating between Yaoundé and Kuseri is not the same as Yaoundé and Bafia. Since Yaoundé and Kuseri is very long and few people now cannot afford the cost of paying the transport fare, what happened? The interaction between Yaoundé and Kuseri now will be very small. But since now the transport cost between Yaoundé and Obala, which is nearer, what happened? People now are capable now of affording the transport cost, and of course, the volume or the interaction between Yaoundé and Obala will be higher than Yaoundé and Kuseri. Next, we have increased freight charges, especially bulky goods. This one involves international trade. What we talk about freight charges, it refers to the charges being paid on shipment of goods now between two continents. And of course, you realize that to transport something from America to Africa, the cost is very high than America to Europe. Why? Because the distance separating America and Africa is longer than the distance separating America and Europe. So increased freight charges, especially bulky goods now, will reduce now the volume of spatial interaction or the volume of migration between two areas. Next, risk involved in traveling over longer distances. That's it. To travel over longer distances, there's a lot of risk involved in than to travel over shorter distances. So as a result of that risk involved in longer distances, what happened? Very few people now will be involved in interacting in areas that are very far apart than areas that are nearer to each other. Are we together? Good. Next, scarcity of information about distant areas that's a fact. For example, there are many people here in Yaoundé that do not have information or that don't know that there's a place in Cameroon called Choliri. So therefore, the fact that you are not have or you are deficient in having information about distant areas, the tendency therefore is that your interaction with that areas now will be very, very low. But when areas now are closer to each other, that tendency now to have information will be very high, and of course, interaction or the volume of migration between those two areas now will be very, very high. I hope somebody's understanding me there. Please, because this is a very short question. They should not ask you that, why is it that over longer distances, very few people are involved in migration than over short distances? I say that because the distance is far. No. Why? You bring out now those reasons. Next, attachment of place of origin, especially where there are positive place utility. That's good. Attachment of place of origin, especially where the positive place utility. When we talk about positive place utility, we are referring to those advantages that a place will have that will prevent migrants from moving out of that area. And as a result now, what happened? They are bound to stay there. But now, when places now are very far from each other, the tendency is that to have those advantages now will be very, very low. And as a result, the interaction between those areas that are very far apart will be lower than areas that are nearer to each other. Next, you have intervening opportunities like jobs. Good. When we talk about intervening opportunity, this is a concept that was proposed by Stufa in order to explain spatial interaction. When we talk about intervening opportunities, these are opportunities that are found in between an area of origin to an area of departure. For example, let me give you a clear example. A migrant in Bamenda intends to travel to Yaoundé to seek for a job or to look for a job, which means that that aspect of looking for a job is what is interacting Bamenda and Yaoundé. Are we together? Now, in between Bamenda and Yaoundé, in the course of that migrant migrating, he finds a job in Bafoussam, preventing him now to continue his journey now to Yaoundé. Bafoussam now becomes what? An intervening opportunity. Are we together? So therefore, we are saying that over longer distances, there are many intervening opportunities, and as a result, it is going to reduce the number of people traveling over longer distances than over shorter distances. But with shorter distances, let me say, a migrant, that same migrant, intends to leave Bamenda, not so, to Bafoussam. Since there are very few towns there that could offer job opportunities, what happens? The tendency is that that migrant now is bound now to get now to Bafoussam. But when places are very far from each other, the tendency is that there's going to be a lot of intervening opportunities. And when there are intervening opportunities, it tends now to reduce the volume of migration over longer distances. Next, you have intervening obstacles like difficult relief. Please don't confuse between intervening opportunities and intervening obstacles. Intervening obstacles are those obstacles that will prevent a migrant from reaching his final destination against his wish. Let me give you another clear example. A migrant from Bamenda intends to travel to Douala to look for a job. Now, in between Bamenda and Douala, there is a lot of tectonic instability around Batie. Let me say there is landslide. Now, that landslide there prevents now that migrant now from continuing his journey now from Bamenda to Douala. So therefore, that area or that aspect of landslide, which has prevented him now from continuing his journey now to Bamenda to Douala, becomes an intervening obstacle. So the difference between an intervening obstacle and an intervening opportunity is that with intervening opportunities, there are those advantages that are found in between the area of origin and the area of departure. While intervening obstacles, there are the disadvantages, the negative place utility, the centrifugal forces, those things that will not attract migrant but prevent him now from doing what? From continuing to where he is migrating. So if there are intervening opportunities and intervening obstacles in between the point of origin to the point of departure, what happens is going to reduce the volume of migration between two areas. And that goes now to confirm the inverse distance law of migration being proposed by G.K. Ziff. The next, you have reluctance of female to migrate over longer distances. Yes, that's a fact. When it comes to long distance migration, men champion it, but female also are reluctant to travel or to migrate over longer distances. And as a result now, it's going now to reduce interaction between areas that are very far apart. So in brief, that is the inverse distance law of migration being proposed by G.K. Ziff. Next, we are going to look now at the gravity model. The gravity model. The gravity model is another model to explain why people migrate, to equally explain the volume of migration. But this model is based on two main concepts. The first one is that the volume of migration depends on the distance between the area of origin and area of departure. We have already examined this under the inverse distance law. And secondly, more importantly, is that the volume of migration depends on the population size of the areas concerned and is expressed as thus. So the gravity model that is MIG is giving us PI PJ all over DIJ squared, where PI PJ is equals to the population of town I and J, and DIJ is the distance between town I and J. Good. So please, the gravity model now is an extension of the inverse distance law, whereby it has not introduced now another aspect saying that it now depends on what the square distance between the two areas. So I'm going now to put now a hypothetical diagram if this is town A, town B, town C. Town A has a population of 2,000. Town B has a population of 2,000. And town C has a population of 3,000. And the distance separating town A to town B is 1 kilometer. The distance separating town A to town C is 2 kilometers, and the distance separating town C to town B is 4 kilometers. Now, to express the gravity model, which says that the volume of interaction between town I and town J is equal to the population, the product of the population of town I and town J, all that divided by the distance square of the two towns. So therefore, to have now interaction between town I and town J, according to the gravity model, that is between town A and B, it becomes 2,000 times 2,000, all that divided by 1 square. So 2,000 times 2,000, that will give you 4 million units. Are we together? Is somebody following up? Now, the interaction now between town A to town C is 2,000 times 2 times the population here is 3,000, all that divided by 2 square. So this will give 6 million, all that divided by 4. Are we together? So 4 here, 1, 2, 3, 1 time, 4 into 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. So that is the gravity model being proposed by Rayleigh. And of course, the interaction between town C to B will be the population weight, that is 3,000 times 2,000, all that divided by 4 squared. This will give 6 million divided by 16. So if you do that, you have 375,000 units. Good. So what have you realized now from this calculation? You realize that towns that are very far apart from each other, their interaction now becomes smaller. Why? When the population size now of those two towns now is very large, the tendency that there is equally going to be what? High rate of what? Interaction. As you can see, town A and town B, they have the same population size, but the distance separating them, so it's just 1 kilometer. So therefore, the unit, so to express the volume of interaction between the two towns now is how many? Is 4 million. And in town C, whereby they have now a large population size, but however, the distance separating them is very long. So therefore, the unit now of interaction now becomes what? 375,000 units. So this again now try to explain that interaction between two towns now tend to reduce, also as distance increases, and also when the population of those two towns now is very large, what happens? The tendency is that interaction of those two towns now is going to be very, very high. For example, the interaction between Douala and Yaoundé, these are two towns that have large population size, is higher than Yaoundé and Obala. Why? Because the population of Douala is more than that of Yaoundé. But even though the distance separating Yaoundé and Obala is shorter than that of Douala and Yaoundé. So therefore, what is very important now is what? The population product, the product of the population of the two towns, that's going now to do what? To influence the degree of interaction of these two towns. Are we together? So please, this is the gravity model. As I said, the gravity model, the inverse distance law, the distance decay law, all of these models now, they are trying now to explain why over longer distances, very few people are involved in migration, while over shorter distances, there is the interaction between people of these areas. So now, that said, what therefore are the weaknesses or the criticisms of the inverse distance law, the gravity model, and the distance decay? What are the criticisms? What are the weaknesses? Why is it that this rule is not respected in all cases? Why is it that over longer distances, also volume of migration tend to increase. Those are the weaknesses. Those are the exceptions that we are going now to examine. The next slide. That we are going now to examine. One, you have improvement in transport technology by reducing distance. Good. Of recent, there is improvement in transport technology whereby you have air transport, in which air transport now has tended now to reduce physical distancing between two areas. So with the introduction of air transport, interaction between distant areas now in the world now has increased. We now does not respect the inverse distance law that was proposed by G.K. Ziff and the gravity model that was proposed by Rayleigh. So therefore, improvement in transport technology has reduced distance. It's very common in Europe whereby with air transport, people shuttle from England and work in France, or people shuttle from France, work in Asia and come back the same day. Why? Because of what? Improvement in transport technology. The second reason is involuntary migration caused by centrifugal forces like war and natural catastrophe. Involuntary migration refers to forced migration. Migration in which people are forced now to migrate against their wish. Now, what therefore are centrifugal forces? Centrifugal forces as opposed to centripetal, there are those forces or those elements in a place that will force people to migrate out of that area. For example, the presence of war, when there's war in an area, people now will be forced now to migrate to distant area in order to seek for what? For a refuge zone. If there is natural catastrophe, landslide, earthquakes, volcanic eruption, what happened? It is going now to trigger off long distance migration for people now to seek refuge in areas that are safe for their lives. So therefore, involuntary migration caused by centrifugal forces, also like wars and natural catastrophe, also is going now to do what? To influence people now to migrate over longer distances as opposed to the inverse distance law being proposed by G.K. Ziff. Next, availability of information over longer distances. Now, in the inverse distance law, one of the reasons why I say that people now, very few people are involved in long distance migration was because of lack of information. But today, due to telephone, due to internet, also, people are bound now to have information in distant areas. And of course, it has now increased the frequency to which they migrate now in this area. And of course now, that law, or that law now to say that over longer distances, very few people are involved in migration now is no longer respected. Next, you have increased geographical mobility of women over longer distances. Good. Of recent, especially in Europe, women are started involving themselves in long distance migration. And of course now, it is criticism now to the inverse distance law and the gravity model being proposed by those two demographers. Next, availability of resources in distant areas. That's good. When resources are found in distant areas, no matter the cost involved in moving those areas, it will equally going to increase the frequency. It's going to increase now the number of people now migrating that area. A clear example is the discovery of gold in Kalgoorlie, in the heart of the Australian hot desert. It has triggered off now migration, especially from towns like Perth, Adelaide, Melbourne, and Sydney in the southern coastal town of Australia to migrate now in this area, not because of any other reason, but to go and exploit now the resources which is found out in that area. So you realize that if gold is discovered in remote and inaccessible area, people now will do everything now to migrate in order to exploit the resources found there. So now, availability of resources in distant areas has tended now to do what? To increase interaction of people or increase the volume of migration in that area. Next, availability of job opportunities in distant areas. Good. Job opportunity in distant areas. If now the information that there is job opportunities found in areas like Cholire, in areas like Furawa, in areas like Akwaya. No matter how far those areas are, what happened? People now are forced now, or people now will be forced now to migrate in those areas. So it is now a weakness now to the inverse distance law of migration being proposed now by GKZIF. Next, severe population pressure. Severe population pressure or overpopulation of an area. Where an area is overpopulated more than the available resources, whereby the resources available there now cannot comfortably now manage the population of that area. The tendency is that people now be forced now to migrate now to distant areas where population pressure is lower. So as a result now, the inverse distance law of migration now is equally criticized. Next, socio-economic status of some people, like skilled workers, such as medical doctors and researchers. Medical doctors, researchers, scholars, these are people that are mostly involved in long-distance migration. It's not because of any other thing, but the nature of their job also equally forces them to do what? To interact in areas that are very far apart. For example, it is very common, or in Europe also, there are medical doctors that leave Europe to go and work in America and come back. But their original residence is Europe, but because of the nature of their job, that distance is no longer a barrier for them to do what? To migrate. And as a result now, what happened? Over longer distances now, more people now are involved in migration. So, in brief, that is the inverse distance law being proposed, or those are the laws also to guide or to explain reasons why people migrate over shorter distances than over longer distances, and of course, the criticisms. So, we have a revision question here. Short distant places are more attractive to potential migrants than long distant places. How far is this assertion? Short distant places are more attractive to potential migrants than long distant places. How far is this assertion? So please, in answering this question, you have to introduce or to bring out the inverse distance law, because the statement, the first statement, also is or has already exposed you now to the inverse distance law. So in explaining the inverse distance law now, you must draw the hypothetical diagram to show three settlements with three different distances, and of course you explain using the formula where the formula is the formula interaction between them is what? Nij equals to 1 over dig. If you explain now and you give now the reasons to support also why short distance places are more attractive to potential migrants, and after that now you now criticize that it is not this, you not criticize that there are other reasons that will make people now to migrate over longer distances, irrespective of those factors that I have given. And of course, the second question is that the volume of migration is inversely proportional to distance traveled by migrants. So this question and this question, they have the same interpretation and the same way to go about it. So please, my dear student, in brief, that is what I have for you today. Next week, as being proposed by my chief, I'm going to continue with map work, since map work is a very sensitive area and it's a compulsory section. Therefore, because population, you can either answer a question there or not answer a question there. So next week, I'm going to come back with map work, and the aspect is that we are going to analyze relief and vegetation on topographic map. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, and this is the goal of this program, to not only help you complete the syllabus, but to prepare you, provide revision questions so you can get a foretaste of what to expect during the GCE. And we have some questions for you, Mr. Anya Clarkson. Somebody is asking, can you please come back to the explanation on why women are more reluctant to migrate to distant places than men?
By nature. By nature.
Why?
By nature. Women are reluctant to involve themselves over long distant areas than men.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's just a natural thing.
Yes, it's just, yes. But now, but of recent, due to the fact that there are job opportunities, there are other opportunities elsewhere, it has now shifted this trend, and women are starting involving themselves now in long distance migration. But by nature, over longer distances, women are more reluctant to travel than men.
So that was before.
Yes.
Today it's a different story.
No, today it's but in a reality, if you compare women and men, women
more
shy,
men
more women shy away
travel
from long distance migration than men.
Okay. To what extent are physical environmental factors responsible for the waves of interregional migration? And that's from Chanel or Chanela from Bafoussam.
Now, to what extent?
To what extent are physical environmental factors responsible for waves of interregional migration?
Good. Now, interregional migration, the physical factors, you have climate, you have soil factors, and the relief. Areas that are blessed or that are endowed with fertile soils also will definitely attract people in that area than areas that do not have fertile soil. Areas that have conducive climate, like for example, the lower slopes of Mount Cameroon is mostly having the temperate climate but within the tropical region. So it has equally influenced many people now to migrate in that area.
You can also talk of a town like Fumbot in the West region,
those are
where the soil is dark
that is it.
and fertile.
That is it.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Brina in Douala is saying, please explain the point of attachment of places of origin, especially where there is positive utility places.
Good. When we talk about positive place utility, those are the advantages that a place will have, which will not influence migrant to live. For example, job opportunities, resource endowment in those areas. But negative place utility, there are those elements that do not offer any advantage for people to live there. And of course now, we cannot categorize those elements as centrifugal forces. Why those positive place utility, we cannot categorize it as centripetal, which means that they are going now to attract people now in that area.
Thank you so much, and he explains it so well. Thank you, Clarkson.
Yeah, well, thank you, madam.
And we'll see you same time next week.
Same time next week.
God willing.
God willing.
Thank you. So we are going to pursue or continue with our program. You are watching #Focus on Exams. We are going to the last class of the day. It's going to be on till 6 p.m. I'm not going to take your time anymore. Mr. Halle Celestine, come on in. Good afternoon or good evening. It's evening already.
Well, it's evening.
Okay, we hardly see the time fly. It's philosophy for advanced level students.
Yes.
And the topic is?
We still continue with symbolic logic.
Symbolic
but next
logic.
week we will dive into the other aspect of philosophy.
Okay.
That is essay question, how we can be able to answer. That's the methodology.
All
but
right.
for today, we will still handle symbolic logic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you proceed.
Thank you very much. Welcome once again, this time with advanced level philosophy. And as I just mentioned a while ago, we will continue with symbolic logic, but this time around we will examine the construction of truth tables. And at the end of the lesson, we expect our learners, you the students, to be able to construct truth tables, especially the basic ones, using the truth functional connectives. And also, you should be able to determine the values of negation, conjunction, disjunction, implication, and biconditional. With this, again, I'll expect you to establish the complex truth functional connectives and see how they are used so far as the truth table is concerned. So without much ado, I want us to move ahead since we don't have much time. All right, as we said, we will doing construction of truth table. Now, before we move on, last week we examined the different elements, truth functional connectives, and logical constants of the different compound statements, even the simple statement. We saw the negation, we saw conjunction, disjunction, implication, biconditional. And so today we will be using the knowledge that we acquired last week to see how we can be able to construct what? Basic truth tables. And so we here will start with the modality of constructing truth tables. So know that if we have to construct truth table, one thing you should know is that the truth tables we construct, any single or simple statement given to you or variable should be able to have two alternatives. The alternatives, it can be true, it can be false. And so, before we move on that, what is a truth table? That is the first thing we should know. I'll ask Benga, what is a truth table? Good. We say that it is a device which simply lists what? The possible combinations of truth and falsity for a statement. It can be a simple statement, it can be a compound statement. And so here, you should take note, just like in traditional logic, that the truth, any proposition in traditional logic, as we say, can be true or false. Same with symbolic logic. A statement or simple statement or a variable can either be true or false. And therefore, if it has to be true or false, it means that it has two what? Alternatives. Meaning that if you are given a statement, say for example, Mary is a girl, this statement in itself can be what? True or false. That means any simple statement has two alternatives for the truth value. And therefore, in order to construct the truth value, one thing you should know is that we use these truth values or truth tables to express what? The truth statement of a variable. Secondly, we can also use it to define the forms of arguments and statements. In addition to that, when we define or we construct truth tables, we are able to use to define the truth functional connectives, because our truth functional connectives, be it that of negation, be it that of conjunction, be it that of implication or disjunction, they will be useful for us. And then the last thing is that it is used in testing what? The validity or invalidity of arguments. So let us go now to the procedure of constructing truth tables. How do we construct truth table? As I said, that to construct the truth table, we use what? A capital T, which stands for true. We use a capital F, which stands for false. And so anywhere, when we will be using T, know that it represents what? True. And when we use false, know it represents, we use F, know it represents false. Then the next thing is that each variable or simple statement has two possibilities, as I said already. That it can be true, like the statement here, can either be true or it can be false. Then also, each time a new variable is added, you should know to the simple statement or variable, the number of possibilities will do what? Increase. Take for example, if we are given P, it will have how many possibilities? We say it will have 2. That means it can be true or it can be what? False. But when they are given a compound statement now, that is, we have added another simple statement into the first one. Take for example, Mary is a girl and she is married. That means it is now what? A compound statement. Mary is a girl and she is married. If you have this, then it means that it is a compound statement. It will have what? Two variables. That is P and what? Q. And it can be symbolized with what? The dot, as we said last week. And so if it is P and Q, then the possibilities will move from what? 2 to 4. That means it can be, for example, take P, Q, the original values can be true, can be false. That means, how do we arrive at this? It means since it moves to 2 variables and it gives us 4 rows, you take the 4 rows and do what? Divide it by 2. Here we are working only with the number 2. And then when you divide it by 2, it means that the first will have what? 2 true and 2 false. Then you take the 2, the initial 2 here, that is 2 true, 2 false. You divide again by 2, it will be what? 1, which implies that it will have what? 1 true, 1 false, true, and false. Now, when you move from here, you can have another statement added to it to make it how many? 3. Say, for example, you can have P, Q, and R. Now, they are 3. From 3 now, our rows will no longer be 4. Remember here, we are multiplying the initial by what? The number. So if it is 4 here, and the variables or the statements, the statements are 3, it means that we will have how many rows this time around? It will be 8. So if you take 8, it means that you will have something like P, Q, R. And there will be 8 different rows for the possibilities. And what do we do? Since there are 8 different rows, you take the 8 and divide it by what? 2. It will give you what? 4. That means 4 alternatives. It will be 4 true and 4 false. So here we put T, 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 T. Then F, that is false, false, false. So you have here 1, 2, 3, 4 true. And again, we have 4 false. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we divide this 4 now by 2. It will give us what? 2. So here we'll have 2 true, 2 false, 2 true, 2 false. Then we move on. We take these 2 now here because they are 2, 2. We take the 2 now and divide again by 2. It will be what? 1, 1. 1 true, 1 false, 1 true, 1 false, 1 true, 1 false, 1 true, and 1 false. So you see, these are the original rows for the truth values. Because if you don't know how to come to this, it will be very difficult to use the initial to derive or come to your answer. And so when it moves now to 4, say for example, P, Q, R, and S, it will also increase. We will take now 8 and we multiply it by 2. It will give us what? 16. Instead of 8 rows now, when it is 4, we will have how many? 16. And so we can also, we will have it this way. You have P, Q, R, and S. So here we construct, or we are able to derive the original. Now we say it is 16, isn't it? So divide 16 by 2, you have what? 8. For the first variable or simple statement, since it is 8, we will put what? 8 true, and then we will also have 8 false. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Our board seems to be short. We will take it again and go right up, see whether it can go. We have P, Q, R, S. So look at it now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the last 8. So we divide this 8 now to 2. When we divide it, 8 divided by 2, it will give you what? 4. So we'll have 4 through. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fours. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 through again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fours. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We take again this 4, we divide it by 2, it gives us what? 2. So we'll have 2 through, 2 fours, 2 through, 2 fours, 2 through, 2 fours, 2 through, 2 fours. Then we take this 2 now, again we divide it by 2, it will be what? 1. Then it means you have 1 through, 1 fours, 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 1 through, and 1 fours. This is when it has to do with what? 4 different variables which are combined to form a compound statement. So these are the initials. And so if you have followed up this, then we can go now ahead to do what? Construct truth tables for the basic truth functions and others. Then from there, we will be able to look at some exercises. So let us look at the construction of truth table for negation. We earlier indicated that a negation of any true statement is false, and the negation of what? Any false statement is what? True. Which means therefore that if I give an example, John is a boy, and we have to negate it, what will be its negation? We can say John is not a boy. And so if John is a boy, is P. The negation John is not a boy will be what? Curl P. That is it. And so in this case, as we have said, any single simple statement or variable has 2 possibilities. It can be true, it can be false. And so if that is the case with the negation, then it means that our truth table will be what? We will have something like this. Look up, we'll have P, which is the symbolic form of what? John is a boy. Then it is a statement John is a boy we have symbolized with what? P. And so then we have what? John is not a boy, which is its negation. And since it is its negation, it will be what? Negation curl P. It will be curl P. So remember we have said that any simple variable or statement has 2 alternatives. Therefore, if we come here, we will see that the 2 alternatives here is what? P will either be true or will either be what? False. And so we have to work out the truth table now. If we have to work it out, what will it be? Because here we are negating. And remember we have said the negation of any true statement is what? False. And that the negation of any false statement is what? True. So in that case, here where we have true, the negation of it will be what? False. Yes, Manga. Then here when we have false, the negation of it will be what? It will be true. That is good. So this is the truth table for what? Negation. Let us go to the next. The next, which is conjunction. We go to conjunction. Now for conjunction, you should take note that a conjunction is a combination of two simple statements, which forms now what? A compound statement. It can be of the form. It can be of the form. We will have a compound statement which can be of the form. Quiniva is a girl and she is married. Now, look at it. Quiniva is a girl, it's a simple statement. Then Quiniva is married is another simple statement which has been joined together using the conjunction to form a compound statement. And so take special note of this principle that for a conjunction to be true, the two variables must also be true, which means that if one of them is false, then the conjunction will be what? False. Let us look at this. This is one example. We symbolize Quiniva is a girl as what? P dot Q. So if we have to construct a truth table for this, what are we going to have? Let us take the initial, as we said, P, Q. So P can, since there are two variables now, we said it will be how many? Yes, Menge. Good. We say it has to be 4 because we multiply it by 2. So if they are 4, you take the 4 now and you instead divide by 2 to get the initial truth values. Are you there? Yes, that's good. So here we will have true, true, false, false. Then here you divide the 2 by 1. It will be by 2 by 2. It will be 1. You have 1 true, 1 false, 1 true, 1 false. Now we construct the truth table for this conjunction. Remember, I have said a conjunction is only true when the both variables are true. Otherwise, it is what? False. So when we look here, you see that P here is true, Q is true. P dot Q will be what? True. Good. Q here is true. P here is true, Q is false. P dot Q will be what? Irene. False. Good. Then we have Q here, P here is false, Q is true. P dot Q will be what? Constance. Good. It will be false. Same here, true, P is true, false, Q is false. P dot Q will be what? False. So you see from this that the only row where P dot Q is true is the first one. Why? Because P is true and Q is also true. Then rendering P dot Q what? True. Every other situation becomes what? False. That is good. We go to the third one, that is disjunction. Now, we say a disjunction is a truth table of a compound statement of the form Quiniva is either a girl or a boy. Quiniva is what? Either a girl or a boy. And take note, a disjunction is false only when the two variables are what? False. Otherwise, it is what? True. It is false only when the two variables are false. Otherwise, it is what? True. So let us go ahead to construct the truth table for disjunction. And remember, a disjunction is still a compound statement with two variables. So Quiniva is a girl, is either a girl or a boy, can be symbolized as what? It can be symbolized as P vel Q. That is the logical constant. We say the logical constant for disjunction is what? Manga? Good. We say it is a vel, and this is it. So if we can symbolize that statement that way, how can we then go ahead, how can we construct its truth table? Look at this here. We will still have two variables, P. We have also what? Cure. So here we take P will still have, the two variables will still have what? 4 different rules. And so the first one will be true, and the second will be false. So you have true, false, false, true, false, true, false. That is for what? The disjunction. So we now construct the truth table for this disjunction. Remember, we have said it is only false when the two are false. So it means that P here is true, cure is true. It will be what? P vel, cure will be what? True. P here is true, cure is false. P vel, cure will be what? It will be what? Good. You say it is true. Then P is false, cure is true. P vel, cure will be what? Menge, true. Good. So the last one, P is false, cure is false. What will be P vel, cure? It will be false, because we say it is only false when the two are false. That is said. We go to the next one, which is implication, material implication. We said a material implication is a compound statement, or a truth table of a compound statement, which is a combination of two different simple statements with the words what? If, then. As in the example we have here, if Mr. Halle is a philosopher, then he is rational. Here, take note that the first statement, Mr. Halle, can be symbolized by P. And this first statement is called what? The antecedent. The second statement, then he is rational, can be symbolized with what? Cure. And this is called what? The consequent. So in implication, you should take note that the first statement is the antecedent, and the second one is what? The consequent. The antecedent is mostly ushered in by what? If, while the consequent is ushered in by what? Then. So in that case, take note, to construct a truth table, you should note that an implication is false only when the antecedent, for example, P, is true, and the consequent S cure, the consequent S, the consequent cure is what? False. So if you are asked to construct a truth table for implication, it will be what? P, cure. How do we symbolize that statement? If Mr. Halle is a philosopher, then he is rational. We will symbolize it as what? Good. It will be P, horseshoe, cure. That is it. So that is why we will be constructing the truth table here. P, horseshoe, for cure. So the first one, as we have already said, is true, true, false, false, true, false, true, false. So here, we look at it. Now, we construct the truth table here. Look at it very well. We say it is only false when the antecedent, for example here, P is true, and the consequent cure is false. So here, P is true, cure is true. P horseshoe, cure will be what? True. Good. P here is true, cure is false. P horseshoe, cure will be what? False. That's good. Then P here is false, cure is true. P horseshoe, cure will be what? It will be true. Good, Irene. Then P is false, cure is false. P horseshoe, cure will be what? It will be true. That is good. So that is the truth table for implication. Now, we go to the last one. The last, before we look at some exercises. The last one now is biconditional. Biconditional. Let us look at the biconditional. Now, the truth table for material equivalence, or call it biconditional. We said it is the truth table for biconditional is a compound statement of the form what? John will marry Mary if and only if she is mature. John will marry Mary if and only if she is mature. And so, take note, the logical constant for biconditional is what? If and only if it is equivalent. That is it. So if we have to construct or symbolize that statement, John will marry Mary if and only if he is mature. How are we going to symbolize it? It will be what? P triple bar cure. Remember the logical constant that we gave last week, isn't it? Yes, that is it. So that is how it will be symbolized. So if we have to construct its truth table now, what will it be? We have true, true, as usual, true, true, false, false. Since they are 4, then you have now true, false, true, false. Then we will construct now based on this. That is the biconditional. P triple bar cure. How will it be? So remember, the biconditional is only true when it has the same truth function or truth value, not truth function. It is true when it has the same truth function value. That means if they are both true, then it will give what? True. If they are both false, then it will give what? True. But when the truth values are different, it will become what? False. So here you have P is true, Q is true. It will give us what? True. P is true, Q is false. It will give us what? False. Good. P here is false, Q is true. It will give us what? False. P is false, Q is false. It will give us what? True. Because we have said it is only true when it has the same truth value. My dear student, there is something I want to really emphasize here so that you take note. Whenever you are constructing a truth table, take note. Your truth value must fall directly under the logical connective that you are working with at that moment. Look at what I've done here. You see that this is vel, and my values are falling directly there. I should not write something like this, then here I come and I'm putting my truth values here. No, it will be wrong. Look at it, it will be wrong. It should fall directly under the logical constant that you are dealing with. In that case, it will be reasonable. So we are done at this level. Let us go ahead to do some exercises. Let us do some exercises. The first one, look at the board. We don't have time, so I will not be able to read them all or write on the board. Let us look at the exercises under truth tables, constructing truth tables. The first one, they say indicate the truth values to be assigned to the simple variables so as to make the following compound statements false. You should indicate the variables to be assigned so as to make it what? False. So we will handle one. Take for example here, the first one we have curl P vel cure. Now they say you should indicate the variables that you give them to make it what? False. That means we are working to ensure that what we give here, our answer at the end should be what? False. Let us look at it. Now, since this is a disjunction, for our answer to be false here, what we will have for curl P and cure should be what? False. So that it should be false, because disjunction is only false when the two are false. So here, if we assign, for example, true here to P, we will bring down the curl. Then we assign what? False to cure. So we bring down our logical constant, the vel. Now, we come now again, we negate this. The negation of true, any true statement, as we said, is what? False. So if we negate it, it will be what? False. We bring down our vel, we bring down this false value. Now, when we bring it down, what are we going to have now? You see, a false vel false will give us what? False, because we say according to disjunction, the disjunction is false only when the two are false. Let us take the second one. very rapidly. We have A, horseshoe, B, parenthesis, horseshoe, C. Now, for this to be false, the answer of this one in bracket, in parenthesis, must be what? True. And the one here must be what? False. Remember, it is an implication where it is false when the antecedent is true and the consequent is false. So, in order for this to be true and this one false, so we already assign what? False here. We put our logical constant, horseshoe. Then we come here. We come here. This is B. We assign what here? We can assign, because we are solving for this one to be true. So we assign true here. We assign also what? We can assign true here or false. It will still go. Let us assign true. If we assign true, we take true, horseshoe, true. It will give us what? True. You see? Even if we assign false here, we take false, horseshoe, true. It will still give us what? True. So it will not change. So since it is true, we take now this true and we link it with what? Horseshoe. This is our sign here. And we bring down this value, which is false. Then true, horseshoe, false will give you what? False. So you see our answer there is what? False. Let us go to the second exercise and look at one or two questions there before it is time. The second exercise, they say construct truth tables for the following statements. Number one is P, horseshoe, cure, dot, parenthesis, open curl, cure, vel, R. So you see there are many signs. P, cure, R, 3. So it will give us how many? You have P, cure, R. In that case, they will give us how many? You have 4 true, 4 false. It will be 4 true, false, false. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we divide it, it will be true, true, 2 false, 2 true, 2 false. Then here true, false, true, false, true, false, true, and false. Then we have to take the first in parenthesis, P, horseshoe, cure. This is it, P, horseshoe, cure. We find for P, horseshoe, cure. Remember, it is false only when the antecedent is true and the consequent is what? False. So here it will be TT will be T, TT, T, TF is F, true, false, 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 true, true, false, true, true, false, false, true, false, false, true. Then we take now what? Negation cure. We look for negation cure before coming to this. Anywhere cure is true, the negation will be false, and anywhere it is false, the negation will be true. So here you have what? False, false, true, true, false, false, true, true. Then at this level now, we look for what? Negation cure, vel, R. Negation cure, vel, R. R, we are deriving this one from what? This column and what? R. So it will be false when the two are false. So we start here, false true is true. False, false, it is false. True, true, it is true. True, false, it is true. You have false, true, it is true. False, false, it is false. True, true, it is true. True, false, it is true. Then the last one now is P, horseshoe, cure, dot, negation, cure, vel, R. So we are looking this, the conjunction. And here the conjunction is what? We are deriving this one from the column of this P horseshoe cure and that of what? Negation cure ver R. So this will be true if this is true and this one also is true. So yeah, it's true, true, it is true, true, false, it is false, false, true, it is false, false, true, it is false, true, true, it is true, 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 false, it is false, true, true, it is true, and last, true, true, it is true. So you see, this is our answer here for this. So my dear students, because of time constraint, we will end there. Meanwhile, I implore you to try to solve the remaining exercises that are there, this one and the next, so that when we shall come back, maybe in a fortnight, for symbolic logic again, then we will be able to assess your level of understanding after answering those questions. But as I said, next week we shall tackle the methodology of answering philosophy questions, especially the 5 elements in a paragraph.
It's always difficult to interrupt Mr. Halle Celestine because he's so passionate about the subject, but because of time constraints, we just have to come in. But we have a couple of questions for you, or we have one question before we go.
Okay.
What is the difference between inclusive and exclusive disjunction? And why is the truth table based on bivalent nature or propositions? And that's Mbarga in Yaoundé.
Well, there are 2 forms of implication. That is the inclusive and the exclusive. Now, when we talk of the inclusive, it means that the 2 can be true. That's for the disjunction. The 2 can be true. But when we talk of exclusive, it means that one can be true and the other can be false. But the both cannot be true. So it makes a difference. That is why there is the inclusive and exclusive. I'm very happy that the student followed up well, since I did not mention it, and he was able to ask that question. The other part, Muti?
Why is the truth table based on bivalent nature or propositions?
Well, the truth table is based on the bivalent nature. Why? Because each truth table has its own principle, as I have given. That is for negation, for conjunction, for disjunction, for implication, and by conditional. And so, if it is bivalent, it is because, like you look, example here, you will discover that we solve or work it out as per the logical constants. And so, since the logical constants are it is what is guiding us, and also the principle, we must respect it that way. And so that is just what I can say so far as that question is concerned.
Okay, Mr. Ngalame, thank you. Mr. Halle Celestine.
Yes,
thank you for that explanation. That's very clear explanation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we have come to the end of the program for today, the end of #Focus on Exams. Thank you for watching. It is 6 p.m. Thursday, April 30, 2020. It is our pleasure to serve you all the time. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening in the company of CRTV.
Please follow.
Ce vendredi 1er mai 2020, retrouvez-nous sur CRTV Web dans un live chat avec le ministre du Travail et de la Sécurité sociale, Grégoire Ona.
Oui, je confirme que je serai avec vous le 1er mai de 10h30 à midi sur CRTV Web pour qu'on puisse échanger en toute convivialité pour célébrer le travail, bien qu'on ne puisse pas se toucher.
C'est dans le cadre de la 134e édition de la Fête internationale du travail qui se célèbre, comme vous le savez, dans un contexte de crise sanitaire marqué par le Covid-19. L'échange de 90 minutes francs, c'est avec les syndicalistes et vous, les internautes, tranche horaire 10h30 midi sur CERT TV Web.
Previously on Lies That Bind.
Oh, really? How was it, Tabitha? Explain to me how it was that my mother is lying here and you're not the one who's lying here. Explain to me. The best you can tell me is she needed to know.
I apologize.
For what, Tabitha? What are you apologizing for? You're apologizing for putting my mother in this position? You're apologizing for doing what you wanted to happen all this while? This is exactly what you caused, Tabitha. We were there. We all saw what happened.
Michael. Michael. Get up. I'm from Patricia's room and she's not there.
Are there no calls from her?
No, no calls.
Then I need to get down to the station and start the due process.
Due process?
Yes, get the wheel turning on looking for her.
Michael, can't you start looking for her now?
Would you rather I'm the only officer looking for her?
I suppose.
I need to get going.
Michael, what are you doing?
I'm folding the duvet.
Why?
What do you mean why? I can't just leave like that.
Michael, my daughter has gone missing for almost 2 days and you think I care if you fold the duvet on your way out?
Salome.
Michael, for someone who claims that you care and you're not doing anything, you think I care you folding this stupid duvet?
Salome, I will find her. Relax.
Relax?
Yes, I promise you I will find her and I will. Let me just do my job, okay?
Then find her.
Salome, I understand that you're worried and concerned, but I will ask you to refrain from taking it out on me.
What am I taking out on you?
Your anger.
Anger? My child is missing.
And you think I don't know that? Or you think I don't care?
For someone who claims to care, you're certainly not acting like you do.
Sleeping on the couch the whole night means nothing to you? Or being the first one here means nothing to you?
You're only the first one here because you're the only one who knows.
Fine. Then get somebody else to find her.
Michael.
I'm leaving.
Michael, please don't.
Don't what? Why would I stay here? For more insults?
Michael, you know, I didn't mean it like that.
Yes, you did. You and I both know that you did.
Michael, you can't take anything I say in this situation seriously.
Okay, I'm sorry. I overreacted.
We both did.
It's probably nothing. She's done this before.
What?
I said it's probably nothing.
No, what you said after?
She's done this before.
What does this have to do with this?
What I mean is that there's a possibility she's gone back to her usual antics.
So what you're saying is that we should not take her seriously?
Who said that? Stop twisting my words, Salome.
How am I twisting your words and you're the one who said that?
I only said she might have disappeared with her friends.
And how well it turned out when we assumed that she was with her friends?
Guys, sasa Abdi nakaje?
Si unajua tu.
Unajua nini?
Sasa unajua gajuu tu kama kawaida.
Ka Patricia.
Wacha za ovyo.
Relax na kuenjoy. Bebe, unafikiri leo boss atanipatia ruhusa nitoke mapema?
Mbona?
Niko na appointment ya Doki.
Ni nini mbaya? Wewe ni mgonjwa, cheki twende ukakae.
Relax, nika infection tu nafaa kwenda nini blood test.
Blood test. Stories za shindano.
Imagine.
Cheki ndakupeleka, si ndio?
Kwa nini?
Hey.
Hey.
Am I allowed to kiss you at work?
No.
Come on, who's gonna report us, huh? Well, after last night, you're telling me you don't want to kiss me?
Come on. Listen, I have a meeting. I'll see you after.
I won't be here after your meeting. I have a doctor's appointment.
You're Skyping work.
It's the doctor. Going to the doctor is not Skyping work.
Okay. Do you want me to take you?
Actually, if it's not out of very.
Sweetie, you're never out of my way, okay?
Okay.
Just let me finish talking to these guys.
Sawa.
So, I hope your rates are still the same.
Economy ni mbaya. Our rates have doubled up since the last time we met.
Fine. I just want to know that you'll get the job done.
We will have our job done.
That's what I like to hear.
You said today?
Not just today. I want it done now.
Seems you really don't like this man.
No, I don't.
Well, then you should tell him about the special package.
Special package?
If you really don't like him, we make sure there's nothing left.
No, not that.
Then there's special package number 2.
Which is?
We can make sure that he doesn't have any children anymore. That one is a little bit more pricey.
Look, I just want him roughed up a bit so we can know who he's dealing with.
In my experience, I don't think...
Just do it,
How
okay?
much?
Ready?
You ready, Dad?
Yeah.
Look, I did not mean it like that.
What could you have possibly meant?
Okay, please, let me just go do my job, okay?
Suddenly you're not doing a good job. What? Mr. Tembo, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just that I woke up on the wrong side of my bed. Oh. Okay, yeah, fine. Yes. Yes, I'll be there. Okay. Okay, bye. Thanks. Michael, instead of arguing here, we should use this time looking for Patricia.
You're the one who's doing most of the talking.
Michael, for someone who claims to love us so much, you promise to protect her. Find her.
My company is doing business with them.
And what is your interest concerning this particular company?
My company would like to find out if they are legitimate.
But I'm not authorized to give such kind of information.
Why not?
The registration of companies is published annually. And unless legally authorized, it is not allowed.
Why is that?
It is the law.
Look, my company would be greatly indebted to you.
And so will be other companies. You work for RJ Investments?
Yes, I'm the CEO.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize it.
No, it's okay. As I was saying, my company and I would be greatly indebted to you if you looked into these records and look for this company.
But you look so different in the paper, sir. You see, I was a great admirer of Richard Juma.
Ah, yes, my father.
Yeah, he paid fees for my son up to the university level.
Oh, how wonderful for your son.
Yeah, we at the registrar's office have a special place for CEOs.
Is that so?
Yes, and it's private. CEOs have a privilege in our company.
Well, that's good to hear. This is the company that I'm looking for.
Then I'll check into it.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Are you ready to go?
Yes.
I'm going to be taking my 2 friends.
It's okay. I don't mind. Can you please wait for me to change?
I don't think you need to change.
Why?
I like a girl in uniform.
Joseph, stop it.
You know, after last night,
Joseph, not here. Let's talk about it outside.
You're afraid of what this little boy thinks?
It's not professional.
You're adorable, you know that. Okay.
No, unadu nini wewe?
Kama?
Hii nini unadu sweetie seriously?
Nafanya nini?
Wacha ujinga. Hii idea si poa.
Nilikwambia niko na appointment ya doki, hebu niachilie.
Kwa hivyo sasa ndo unaenda na yeye?
Kwani si ananipatia lift?
Sweetie, mazee wacha hizo.
Gani?
Sungoje uende after job.
Abdi, ni lift.
Hapana sweetie, mazee hiyo si poa.
Wewe achana na mimi.
Utakuja kulia.
What? Something is not right, sir.
Where? What's wrong?
The name of the company.
What about it?
Are you sure you gave me the correct spelling?
100% sure. What are you... Are you sure you put in the spelling correctly?
Oh yeah, I spelled it correctly.
What's that icon over there?
That probably means that your company does not exist, sir.
What?
Yeah, you did business with the fake company. And it is a good thing you've noticed it early, because such things happen often.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure, yeah, as I am. You see, sir, fraud is a very serious offense, and you might have to terminate all the businesses you have with them.
I think I might just do that right now. Hello, Tembo. Yes, how's it? Good. Let me ask you something. The name of the company that she gave me, what was it? Yes. All right. And you actually met them yourself? Right. Oh, okay. No, just asking. All right. Okay. Sorry? A meeting for the family. That might just be perfect. All right, I'll meet you there.
Is everything all right, sir?
If it's not, it's about to. Thank you so very much for your help.
Oh, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Mama Esther, you are awake. Should I call the nurse?
No. You should call the security.
What?
What are you doing here, Tabitha?
I was taking care of you. Everyone else had to leave.
Had to leave? Leave right now.
Mama Esther.
I thought you were Mama Esther. Just get out of my sight, Tabitha.
Joyce, please let me explain.
My friends call me Joyce. You are my enemy.
Nurse! No, Joyce.
Nurse!
Joyce, you are awake.
Nurse!
You need to rest. Don't exert yourself.
Nurse!
Joyce, then you can't even let me explain?
You have done enough explaining all these years.
Joyce, I was just I was looking out for my child.
What about my own child? What about him, Tabitha?
I brought him up as my own.
But he was not your own. He's not your own.
Joyce, I just did what I had to do.
I always felt there was something wrong with you. Something fishy. What? After I gave birth, I felt something was wrong. And to my shock, you were the strange, wrong thing in my life.
Strange?
Yes. The way you never let me see your baby.
Joyce.
The way you shipped him off from country.
It was...
Even pictures you never let me see.
It was for his...
How stupid could you be, Tabitha?
Joyce.
And that is a statement, not a challenge. Did you think nobody would ever find out?
Nobody found out for over 25 years. And you have the audacity to say that you did not want to hurt anyone. How could you, Tabitha? How could you? Do normal people switch babies every day? Just like walking into a salon and getting a haircut. I know what I did was wrong. That is the first sensible thing you said today. Get out of my sight.
Nurse!
Joyce, you have stabbed me in the back one too many times, Tabitha. First, it was Richard. And then my son. I did it for your son. You did it for your own conniving, evil and scheming heart. You are dead to me. Joyce. So you will not go? You will not go? Joyce, please, please.
What is going on here?
Oh, she's joking. She choked herself when she fell down. I'm fine.
Can I help you out? Have a seat, have a seat there. Let me get you some water.
Joyce, would you really have tried to kill me? Have I proved my point? What more proof do you need? Joyce, I told you the truth. It may have taken so long, but I have told you the truth. And that is supposed to make me feel better, Tabitha. I am not God. I do not forgive after confession. I, Joyce Juma, I hold grudges. Joyce, I hate you with every fiber of my soul, Tabitha. Just get out of my life. You took my husband and had a child with him. As if that was not enough, Tabitha. You stole my child, my son. Get out, Tabitha. And if I ever lay my eyes on you, I will not be accountable for my actions. Leave. I'm really, really sorry.
Excuse me, madam. Did your guest leave?
Oh yes, she left for life. She's gone forever.
Good morning. Morning. Hi, I'm Nurse Anne. I'm just going to do those random checks, you know, your temperature and your pressure and things like that. So what seems to be the problem?
I was checked in some time back. They told me I had an infection. They had to take my blood for.
When did you last receive your menstrual cycle?
Like a month ago.
And do you suffer any allergies?
Not that I know of.
You don't know of any? Okay. So let me take your temperature. Just put this under your armpit. Hold still.
What is the...
Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You mean a big, strong man like you can plead for his life? Or is it because you're not beating a woman that you can keep your fist to yourself, is it?
You don't know what you're talking about.
You were saying? Look at me. Hey, look at me. Don't ever lay a hand on my sister again. Do you understand? I'm talking to you. I think he understands what I'm saying. Finish the job.
Tomorrow on Lies That Bind.
Baby, please, I love you. I would never do anything like that.
You think because you're a Juma you can just walk all over me, you and your puny little brother?
Joseph, I never. Baby, please, you need to believe me. I never.
You will see. If you'll open your mouth when I'm done with you, I am going to hit you everywhere but your mouth.
Now, since you're pregnant, I need you to be very careful with those antibiotics.
Baby.
Yes, baby. Is everything okay?
Mom, what I say? Don't call me that. Mom, I don't want to talk to you. Think whatever you want, Edith. Fact still remains that you owe me money. And I want my money. I want it now.